last time on the Dread Dominion, there were many heists, many long attempts to retrieve Odin and to retrieve, and to of course retrieve Flame Runner. You guys also met a mysterious young warrior woman named Athena, who you don't really know anything about her backstory, but it seems like she's interested in assisting you guys for a little bit. So I'm sure you're all happy for that. It actually takes, I believe, a couple of you guys were you really wounded? You were wounded, right? Jordan.
I wasn't doing too hot.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah.
There was a little bit of time, about a month of time spent in recovery.
Okay.
You are at full health. During this month, if you recall, you gave Richter some information. When you were injected with the hallucinogenic venom of that big snake you fought last time, you had a vision of Asa and the magical points. And there's this small point of light. Do you recall that?
Yeah, in the forest, I forget which one, but a forest.
Yes. A certain Lieutenant Theodore, one of Richter's Valkyrie guards, was sent with a pretty large team of around 50 to go and explore and retrieve whatever they find there, whatever or whomever. You've spent your month just like recovering. What have you been doing while you've been getting your wounds looked at?
Probably just, I don't know, in between just resting and stuff and like spending time with Charlie, probably just, replenishing my supplies, replenishing some my sedatives, my poisons, maybe some health potions. Oh, definitely replicating that invisibility potion. That worked pretty well.
Give me an intelligence check. Now, if you recall, you're going to go to the Keep On Rolling channel and type exclamation mark roll space 1d20. I highly recommend you copy that so you can copy and paste it. So when I ask for checks, you guys just rattle it off.
Roll 1d20.
It's going to be an exclamation mark before the roll.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Oh, nice! Wow, give me a crit check.
Also, you can add your intelligence to the.
So 23 in total.
Okay. And I have a lot of notes and things to look at for the session, so when I ask for a roll on Keep On Rolling, you guys can tell me what you got, which you did, but just so you know. Because I won't be looking in the channel all the time. Yeah, you create 2 more of those transparency potions, which you have in your care. Charlie's been pretty distant lately. He's been pretty. You see now to the full extent of his obsession kind of coming to the light. He just, everything for him is about his work. Absolutely everything. And he is just spent all of his time working on the soul mail. He comes out to see you. He's worried over you for a bit, but you can see in his eyes that armor is still always on his mind.
I understand. I think I know where he's coming from, so I just support him the usual way, at least I would want to be supported during that time, which is probably a little space.
Okay, well, which he definitely appreciates. Back on the Quartz Isles, where Ramus is, you have seen the Sudari. A lot of their forces still at the Quartz Isles, but they have definitely moved out a lot. There's a lot of troops that have moved back to Sudar to prepare it in case there was combat. Quartz Isle is still like an incredible fortress, but they're moving their forces around. A lot of people are packing up. Wounded and insane are being flown over the Middle Sea back to the 3 continents. So Alexastrada has changed his position. You were a little busy last time this was mentioned, but Alex Estrada has placed you as his liaison for Lord Richter's forces, meaning in the chain of command you are beneath Lord Richter. And basically not his second sword, but you report to him. That has been your new point. And Alex Estrada, who you spent a lot of time with previously, has really been kind of distant from you and not really like gone talking with you. He seems to spend a lot of time in dark rooms with big maps, looking over troop reports and numbers, and so he has not spent much time. You spend a lot of time with your family. And
is Sharkov able to play that song that he sent me with?
Yeah,
it's been 2 years for him.
It's pretty. Yeah, I do have.
He
Would you remember what the
he
song
didn't
was
see the
called?
battle, did he? It was like Flight of the Father or something.
Oh, I might save that for later. Okay. He doesn't actually really want to play it when you ask him to. And he does seem quite he seems a little different. And you hear from your wife that he didn't see the battle, but he saw one of the Zeppelins coming back, loaded up with corpses, and he has been a little removed ever since.
Yeah.
But you have been scheduled. The Cloudbreaker is arriving at the Quartz Isles, and you are scheduled to leave the next day. It's the evening before, and you're having dinner with your family.
Remus would probably definitely kind of be looking at his son extremely into to see Dory kind of showing emotion, kind of worried about his mental health. Especially since he never saw like the battle, and veteran soldiers came back completely scored like the ex himself. So it'd probably be a very quiet dinner up until the end, and then he'd probably begin to speak up. Rasha.
Yes, my love. You sound serious.
Well, as you know, I'm being sent out soon, and you and Sharikov aren't going to stay on this island.
That's a good point. We might be heading back to Sudar.
I don't think you're going to go back there either. I'm going to have something arranged.
She gets a certain look in her eye. You've been married to this woman for a while, and it is the same look a mule gets when it is decided we're gonna throw a revolution here, and I don't think I'm gonna pull the plow anymore. It is a look of great stubbornness, and in clipped tones. Well, husband, I didn't know you were so kind enough to pick my itinerary. Where are we heading?
Listen, I wouldn't do this unless I was absolutely sure it's the safest option. And I motioned to the canal. I might have a way to get you to the safest spot. You and Sharkov to the safest place on this planet.
You could have a blink stone teleporting me to the other side of the world, and I wouldn't be interested. This isn't the continent where women hide behind their men with their big burly arms and their swords.
One, if anything, our society is the opposite of that, and you know it. Now, I'm only doing this out of seriousness. You saw what that demon did to that Sudari guard. We had the most powerful people on the planet in that room, and we could do.
I'm not arguing for safety.
The guard disintegrated right in front of the exo, right in front.
It's not my place to be safe in the world, husband. I'm here to support you, to support my kingdom.
You're here. Of course you are, but you're also here to protect. And right now, I need Sharkov nowhere near this continent.
Brink, you're cutting out a huge amount. Could you move to a better spot?
So kind of.
You're just cutting out quite a bit, and is there a better spot close to you? Hello? Oh my god. Fuck me, internet. Fuck you, actually. How about that? Here we are. I think that was actually my fault.
Okay.
Okay. The last that I heard before things were cutting out fully was she was saying that you were saying the
I
strongest
said
place in
both
the
of
world
us
to
are
take.
here.
Okay, you go.
I said both of us are here to protect Sharkov. That's my most important duty in life.
I have duties as a mother. I have duties as a student. I have duties as a warrior. I have many different duties, husband. And I
Well,
don't
then
need
you're
you to
gonna
tell me
like
what they are.
you're gonna like what the option that I'm bringing on the table. As you know, I recently went to the wilds. By comparison, and I do mean by comparison, that place would be more protected than Sudari.
She has a pretty stony look on her face. I will not be sent anywhere.
I was nearly bringing up an option. But know that Sudari would be attacked, and there's nothing that any of us can do to prevent that.
There are things I can do to help this war effort, and as long as I can stand, I will be doing so.
Well, I've been in this situation too many times to keep the argument going. Listen, I don't want to drag Sharkov into it. And if I can get him to safety, then that's what.
She softens a little bit at that and grabs your arm. I understand, and I want safety for her son too, it's why I've requested to the Elxa that I be listed among the officers sent to Lord Richter's command. I hear his base is secret, entirely impenetrable. That's where I want to be. I want to be near you. I want to actually be helping.
I appreciate that more than you can know, but there's nothing I can do. I've tried in the past, and that's never worked out in my favor.
She laughs at that.
But, and I kind of like takes off the cloak and look towards it. I can get Sharkov to a safe location.
Where we go, he
Somewhere-
goes. We fight as a family, my love. That's the only way.
I suppose there's no talking you out of this.
You've been married to me for a long time, Ramus.
I know.
What do you think?
It's always a hopeful question. Well, then I suppose Sharkov must get his bow.
And you must talk with him. He's still...
He's out of it. More
But-
so than he's ever been.
But not tonight.
What happened on those beaches? I know I've heard it from everybody, but what happened to Sharkov once they came back?
He saw a medical zeppelin carrying wounded. It was from a particularly nasty part of the combat. He's not been the same.
I'll go talk to him.
Not right now.
And
But let him see the marvels of the nest. Let him see some hope, some real soldiers, and let him be reminded of what we can do. Then he'll need your father's voice. That's why I married you.
I thought it was because I won the bet, but okay.
Oh,
That
I
was
never
a
did
joke.
tell you that you lost that bet.
I imagine I've only beaten you in one duel out of, I think it's 1,202 at this point.
203.
And you were using one hand.
Now you're just flattering me.
I wish I was, but that's what happened.
You guys kind of playfully flirt for a little bit. And on the morrow, you head out. It is. Oh, I got to love. Anyway, so you get on the Cloudbreaker, which Sharkov, who's been pretty quiet for this while, is actually kind of excited. He's looking around. He's seeing all the cool looking Valkyrie knights there and all the Sudari. You have troop, by the way. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, but Sharkov looks excited, basically. As you get on the ship, Elxistrata is there waiting for you. His burned and blackened face, easily picked out among the crowd. He grabs your shoulder and takes you by the side. Soldier.
Yes, Lord Exa.
I'm putting 400 Sudari under your command. Our noble nation has made many mistakes. I trust you to restore our honor, serve Lord Richter well, and make your country proud.
I will do what I must. And Lord Richter, well, he's got some Sudari.
He does at that. Soldier, you are dismissed. Hail Sudar.
Of course. Yeah.
You all get on Cloudbreaker. All 8 of its engines turn on, and you speed out into the clouds. The camouflage plates turning to the color of the sky as you just swoop through the night. You see Citadel City there, the once beautiful and shining place, gray and scorched, and covered with the hanging corpses of dead Sudari soldiers. And
so we're gonna have just Sharkov indoors for that point.
Yeah. You speed towards the cliff in the side of the big kind of all of Citadel City's on this big set of cliffs rising up above the ocean, and Cloudbreaker aims for the side of this cliff, moving as fast as it can towards it, and slides right through the illusion wall into the docks of the nest. It's an incredible place. There's a lot more hope and energy around here, and you see, like, hung along the walls, dangling by cords like wind chimes, are helmets of fallen knights who have been slain, and the helmets are kind of dangling as the wind from Cloudbreaker pushes them aside. And
I smile at that one. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, this place has a lot more hope. You've seen some files on the nastiest Valkyrie knights, who the real skilled ex-mercenary, ex-military, real incredible warriors, and you see quite a few of those faces in the crowd moving around. You see Fred Fortress, who you've read files on.
The man, the myth, and the legend.
And you're walking down the gangplank when you see Lord Richter.
Hello there, Lord Richter.
Master Ramos, it is a pleasure to see you.
Oh.
I have an order before you leave this good ship.
Of course, I am under your command.
Yes, please take off your pants, sir.
Excuse me?
Lord Richter looks like he's cracking up into a smile. Please, it's very, very serious. You must take this very seriously, Lord Ramos. And you see, like, the shape and voice start to change as Richter holds his is trying to hold the laughter back. You see Val in Dr. Lushane's form. Sorry, I just couldn't help it, Ramos.
I've missed you over this past month, though.
It's good to see you. And she rushes over and hugs you. And
I hug back.
She looks over at your wife and changes into her shape.
I've
heard all.
No, the word
you.
can't handle it too. It's too much for the word to handle. But yes, I've heard rumors of what's been going on in the nest. Nothing concrete, but there was rumors about a goblin going on a date with somebody of high power.
Oh, it was the best thing ever. I got to play the saxophone, and I'm so good at it. You have no. I have to play with you. I'm starting a band. We're
Are you
called-
now? My son actually is quite confident when it comes to
She she
music.
she runs over to Sharkov, who looks a little nervous, and she's like, "Oh, don't be nervous. Um, hmm. How about this?" And she changes into Ramus, and starts making funny faces, which Sharkov, being a young Sudari man of high merit, has never seen. He's never seen his father like doing stupid dances and tripping all over himself.
I
And
wasn't even sure my
quickly,
face could go into that direction.
and quickly, Val and Sharkov are already like dashing around the nest, like, "Oh, let me show you around," says Val in your form, and they just rush off, getting into trouble certainly.
I'm sure she'll be a good influence on him.
She might just be. Um. You're. Yeah. You're moving through. You see. No, you don't see Charlie. But you see
I can
Dr.
hear
Lushane
Charlie.
actually. You see Dr. Lushane. Jordan just coming out of one of the labs, just finishing up his work for the day.
Oh, hello, good doctor.
Oh, Remus, I thought you were back on the Quartiles. What brings you here?
My post has been shifted. I am now under Lord Richter's command.
No longer the Elxa?
It's an alliance, but I believe I directly am ordered by Richter as of now. Which I'm sure will come as the light. We will be working more closely together. And I cannot backtalk you, as if the Richter commands.
Oh, that is good to hear. Just curious, is your wife right next to you still?
Yeah. So Rasha comes over to you, gives you definitely like a up and down look. Rasha DeLens, pleasure to meet you, Doctor.
Yes, I believe we met briefly before, but never formally.
I
but
hear you've
I
been
didn't quite catch your
making sure
name.
my husband doesn't step above his station.
Oh, he.
I
As I
expect
would
we'll
like
be
to do.
Quite
great
nicely.
friends.
Oh, God.
Yeah, she smiles at you warmly and heads off to go manage some dock workers.
So, what has happened in the month that I was absent? I've heard some interesting, if not unique, rumors.
Well, gotta say, haven't been doing too hot myself. About a month ago, we tried to get back Flame Runner and Odin. Had to cash in a favor with the cartel to get one of them back. But that was Flame Runner, right? That we got back, or Odin?
You got Odin, the displacer alchemist, back with a favor, and Flame Runner was the statue that you rescued.
Okay, so we got
Now-
Odin back with a favor from the cartel. Unfortunately,
It is
I mean,
regrettable.
fortunately that we got him back. Unfortunately that we had to cash in a favor, and
There's
then
always a-
it was real bad trying to get Flame Runner back. Barbara went on a date with the Lord of War, the Demon of War, and it went
Barbara
quite
did.
nicely.
I was not expecting that, but I suppose Merlin's playing his cards, gotta have it aligned with the other great power of the continent.
And then, let's see, I almost died, but some mysterious shadow figure saved me, and oh damn, what's his name?
Roderick.
Roderick saved Roderick and I got a vision of this light in this forest. Like I saw every plane of existence, basically, or at least some kind of cosmic plane, and I saw this light in this forest of darkness. It was weird. So we had people out scouting that.
Nathan, are there guards going by?
Yes, now that you mention it, looking around the nest, it's a lot emptier. I guess you've never seen it before, Brink, but for Dr. Lushane, pretty much almost everyone's out on assignment. The
Okay.
place is pretty desolate. It's down to a skeleton crew, basically.
Not to doubt what you say, but as a doctor, you know that you shouldn't take too many painkillers, right?
Yeah, I try generally not to take any painkillers. They can be quite dangerous.
Okay, good, because what you have described is a drug trip.
I mean, I was bit by a snake and venom was injected into me, so that could have been it. But I think it's worth checking out because I saw things that we know exist, but I don't understand why. Like I saw the source of Merlin's power. Like I saw giant dark tendrils going out across the continent, corrupting it. And like we all know that exists, but I saw it.
Have you brought it up with Victor? He seems to have a better understanding
Of course.
this.
I told Victor as soon as I got back, and he sent Valkyrie Knights to go search for the source of the light to retrieve whatever it is.
Which forest was it in, by any chance?
That's a good question. What forest is it?
It was in the Ild.
The Ild.
Southeastern. I will put a map up because map will be very useful this session if I guess correctly.
That is a bit unfortunate. It's a bit far away from the nest, but not terribly so.
But I don't know.
If you and the Victor believe it's something worth investigating, then perhaps we shall.
I mean, it's a source of light, and we need all the light we can get in this darkness. Do I know how far Charlie is along with the armor? Like, has he told me?
He's been very hush-hush about it. He has not mentioned at all how far he is.
All right. I'll just say that Charlie has been, I'm just going to say preoccupied with his work. He's had a few sleepless nights working on the armor, which can only mean he's at least close to that, at least halfway.
Well, I doubt it would negate his and then Remus gets lost in thought for a second and does not finish his sentence. Where's Cassandra? Is she in the nest? I've heard
he's going around. I don't know. Have I seen Cassandra?
There was that one time last chapter where you saw her wheelchair
right.
like looking out of the big window. You've seen her wheelchair a couple times from a distance before, but you've not really encountered it besides that.
She's been as far as I can tell, but I can't tell much. She's been doing fine given the circumstances. I haven't really talked with her, obviously, but
perhaps when we communicate with Victor, he would give us a chance to
you guys
address
are interrupted
her situation.
As a runner kind of speeds on over to you two. Lord Richter, request your presence. I believe it is an emergency.
Speak of the devil and he shall appear.
He said you would say that. And then he runs off.
He's a smart man. I believe we have an appointment.
Yes, we do. I suppose I lead the way because I know where it is.
Why isn't this? Pardon me. Sometimes things work. Sometimes things don't work. Just a moment. Just a moment. Okay. How? This is embarrassing. How does this? I don't understand. Help. Okay, well, you know what? I can't get it to work. Gosh, I forgot how garbage this bot is. Okay, you all kind of rush through the stairs of the nest, moving through the main room, which is full of weapons. You see Fred Fortress just pounding away over there. There's the bar, the library, but you guys are now kind of in the tunnels of the nest, moving through, and you find Lord Richter is sitting outside a big heavy locked oaken door. He's kind of just sitting on this chair, and Dr. Lucian, you recognize this. This is Charlie's workshop where he's been working on the soul mail. No one is allowed inside, even Lord Richter, who spends quite a lot of time kind of just sitting outside the door, lost in his own thoughts, as he is when you arrive. Doctor, and Captain Ramus. Good to see both of you.
Good to see you, Lord Richter. What's the problem?
Uh, Please walk with me. And he moves his chair aside so someone can actually open the door, and you guys walk away from the workshop. Well, there's been a development. I've received word from Commander Theodore that our task force has found something. At that,
What?
he wouldn't say for fear of being eavesdropped on, despite me assuring him that it was a very secure channel of communication. I could not persuade him to speak with me on the matter, but he says it is urgent. Apparently, as soon as he found this object, various elements of Merlin's forces began to hunt him. His force has been harassed and attacked at every opportunity. There is a place where we are going to meet up and pick him up. Rather, you are. I have some business to attend to. We do not have many people to send with you. We are not hoping for an engaged conflict for...
However, you said he communicated with you through a secure channel.
It is something I cannot speak of, I'm afraid. But we've stopped
I
receiving
would
communications
like your word that
from
it's
him.
secure, because I would not like to be walking into a trap. I agree with you that we should send a small force, just in case.
Yes, well, we're going to send all we have because... And he looks a little excited, actually, like you see some light in his eyes. And he leans over to you. With all these forces and all these armies and troops moving on Theodore's location, one would think Merlin's a little nervous.
I would not... Sometimes people act nervous to lead you into a sense of false confidence.
That is true. But, to be frank with you, this is one of the greatest... We may have found something. Something real. I'm going to send you with a small team on Cloudbreaker. Do not engage. We are not equipped for a long war here. We don't have the people. Get the case and get out.
As you wish. Seems like a simple...
We need Commander Theodore, and I believe most of his troop is still alive. You are to be leaving immediately, in the next few minutes. So if there's anything you need, get it as soon as possible.
If you would, and I know this is a touchy subject, but I would like to address Cassandra's condition.
She needs much more work. That is all that you need to know.
When she is back in, would she be of solid mind when she is in the army?
I'm afraid I do not know the answer to that. But I am assured by Forge Master Charlie that everything is going to be okay. This is a very extensive replacement.
Lord Richter, the armor can't be a crutch. She can repair her body with it, but not her mind.
I quite agree with you. Luckily, it seems, as far as I've ever known Cassandra, that always has seemed the strongest part of her. But thank you for your concern, Captain. Is there anything you require for this mission, Doctor?
I'm all packed up. We're not supposed to engage?
I mean, engage as much as you need to, but Merlin has moved a significant amount of force to engage with Commander Theodore. If we fight every battle, he's moved an entire legion of conscripts down there. I don't know for
conscript?
sure.
What about the Stone
I
Army?
haven't finished, Captain.
Okay.
An entire legion of conscripts, along with, apparently, a dread lord to command some of their own forces that I am not aware of. I have also heard rumors of other troops moving around, but I can't be sure where they're going to. Merlin knows that I'm keeping an eye on things and is moving a lot of things around right now. However, we can be certain he's made more of a fuss than he has before.
If you could get me some more Sudori bandages, because I imagine there's going to be a lot of injured.
I can. However, we're having some problems with the Sudari bandages.
What problems?
And you guys are like pacing through the halls. The main thing is these were designed before These were designed in a period of peace in Sudar. They seem to have diminishing returns the more they're used on a person. I'm afraid we don't really have many at hand, and...
We've never been able to test them in a large-scale battle with this many being wounded at once.
Exactly. Quite effective if you're just a student at university and you've broken your arm. However, if you're constantly getting shot and stabbed, they stop working pretty quickly. I don't really have many to spare, but I can supply you with a few.
That would be great, just in case.
Of course. Add 3 Sudari bandages to your inventory. Roderick, of course, his wound is infected, as I'm sure you've heard, and he's not recovering well. I'm sure he'll be back with us, but it's going to take a lot longer than we thought, so the great lightning alchemist is not at your disposal.
Remus' eyes slightly go wide, then back to normal, and almost as you could read his mind, he is thinking, why is my wife always right, even when she doesn't know the situation?
It's just the natural instinct. Rasha's just an oracle. However, I do have some good news. Most of my operatives are away on assignment, and since this shouldn't be a combat mission, I'm not that I even have the troops to reinforce you. However, I'm sure you've heard stories of the young swordswoman we picked up at the arena recently.
Athena, yes.
Yes, she is signed on to this mission. So you two and Athena and Rom, but don't worry, he'll just kind of appear when he arrives.
I heard he has a knack for that.
To the Ill.
Actually, can Rom, just out of character, there be like a statue on the front of the Zeppelin?
Oh my god. He'll come there when he needs to. Anyway.
And he's just like in power down mode, and we just thought he was a statue the whole time.
If there's any,
he's getting really good at it.
Need,
I would like to speak to the favored Fred Fortress, if you would.
Ah, yes, I hear he has some new items. So please go speak with him. I wish you the best. He can requisition more equipment. I have much work to do. And he heads back. And actually, both of you roll insight checks for me, please.
Yes. Just keep on.
17
17 total.
Okay.
5.
Ooh. Brink, you notice that as soon as he thinks no one's looking, he turns away from the direction of his study and heads back to Charlie's workshop.
Well, I believe you might have some competition, or he's just very dedicated to Cassandra.
You guys head over to Frederick Fortress, and
that's his name. It's got like 3 F's to signify the role.
Frederick Fortress, and he's there just blasting away at his forge. All right, laddie, it's been a spell. No, he doesn't know you. I forgot. Talking to Dr. Lushane. All right, lassie, it's been a spell. What can I get for you?
Hi, Fred Fortress. Or Fred. We wouldn't mind some of your.
I prefer Dr. Professor Fortress.
We wouldn't mind maybe some of your famous wall thingies.
I sent away most of my barricade cubes with Theodore and his group. Let's see if I have anything special for you. And he opens up a big chest and starts like throwing stuff out of it, like wrenches, swords. Like you thought you saw a ball of Araxium fly past you, but it's just a soccer ball.
That's shaped as an Araxium.
Like, no, not that. No. That's not good. I do have a couple barricade cubes for you. He slides 2 barricade cubes in your guys' direction.
The legendary barricade cubes. Even the Sidari University has not been able to replicate it.
And they never will, lad. They never will. What else?
Secret of the crafts?
I got here. What else have I got here? Reverse gravity, curses, fire, lifesteal. Oh, There we go.
Did I hear lice bomb?
A nice little, nasty, nasty little. Well, no, I won't give you that. There we go. He pulls out a long horn. It's beautifully designed, of like some sort of looks of like some sort of horn material, like from some great beast. It's intricately carved. With a strap around it, so you could kind of carry it at your waist and then pull it up to blow. He sets it down next to the barricade cubes and slides it on over. Right here, this is a great horn from the Rose family that I happened to find in one of my excursions recently. It's a pretty powerful thing, a horn of rallying. If you blow this, it'll give a little assistance to those around you. It's a magical item, so good luck with it. And what else do I have?
Is this to be charged, or is this on a military fund?
Oh, no, that's just for you. If you want to buy something, you're welcome to as well. But I'll be honest, I'm putting as many things out as I possibly can. Couple little trinkets I found, but nothing. Knife that never dulls. Oh, I do have something for you, Doctor. And he pulls open a small case and opens it. He has your dream dagger inside.
Oh, hell yeah. Where'd you find this?
We did a raid on a group of conscriptors passing through the city, and he wipes off some of the blood on the handle of the dagger. Well, it went poorly for them, and I managed to find this in the wreckage.
That is amazing. I don't... Oh, I owe you so big.
We'll pay it off sometime. If you find any nice little magical items that you don't need, I'll be happy to take them. So,
I can make them myself, and I think I'd hand him one of my Araxium potions.
I'm gonna make
Liquid Araxium.
I'm gonna make a fucking Araxium shower with this. Thank you, Lassie. Thank you so much. Well, since I appreciate that. I have something else I could give to you. He slides 2 rocks in your guys' direction. Rocky talkies. He holds one up to his ear, speaks, and the voice travels to the second. If you do get split up on your journey.
Rocky talkies, I love it.
Out of character, Nathan.
Yeah?
So those existed on June. Could this just be for funny reasons? A Sudari like myth?
For sure.
I thought they were legends from the olden time.
Everything's a legend until I make it.
Do you actually take requests by any chance?
I take challenges. What you got in mind, lad?
I recently missed my son's 14th birthday and 13th for reasons beyond my control, and I would like to get him a gift.
What are you thinking of?
Well, he's quite the archer, and I was wondering if you could come up with a special arrow for him. You remember season 3, Nathan?
Mm-hmm.
You remember Emma's crossbow? It was like the gravity crossbow, where it shot an arrow, and at the last minute, the arrow became like the weight of a house. I'm essentially trying to ask for like a barricade cube attached to the end of an arrow.
I don't know about that specifically, but I can come up with something along those lines. That's a good idea. I like that. Well, there you go. Good luck. Sorry I can't give you more. I'm working on a couple projects though, so when you come back, come and see me. I think besides that, you need to go. And you see Cloudbreakers fueling up behind you, and it looks like it is time to head out.
Oh. Well,
Brink, did you take the Horn of Rally?
Do you want it?
It's up to you. I was just making sure we grabbed it.
Yeah, I got it in my inventory.
Okay.
But if you want it, tell me beforehand.
That's all good.
The horn is of an ancient design. Neither of you read the language that is scrolled along the sides.
So it's not in the old tongue.
It has some roots in the old tongue, which means it's just a very elder language, but it's not that. It's not Katasi, it's not Sudari, not common. or any of the wild dialects which you would recognize.
We'll have to get it to Rom. A challenge. We'd have to find the language first, actually.
On the front of, in front of the Cloudbreaker, actually she's sitting on the kind of the railing of the deck, sharpening. It's a very fine blade, clearly made of Fred Fortress. It has like the little FF raised on the bottom of the hilt, you can see. But it's a beautiful long sword, just very elegant. And which she's sharpening with a whetstone as she sits on the railing of the ship. It is Athena. Her long brown hair is kind of bound up in a bun, and she's wearing like some light not chainmail, scale mail, really. So a little heavier. And it looks like she's getting ready for combat.
Actually, before we go, could I also just grab some scale mail?
Yeah.
I know it's not very story, but I kind of need the armor.
Sure. They fit you up a set of scale mail. You can add that to your inventory.
Did I get my snake armor?
Yes. Oh, thank you for reminding me. So the snake was really blue, if I recall. So you have very light. A very like dark blue, like a cobalt blue.
I love that.
It is in like a trench coat, so there's leather underneath, and then the scales over. So you've got this like really dark navy blue, almost black trench coat. Which is beautiful.
Were you able to take the
absolutely
things
gorgeous.
from the snake?
Yes, you have some vials of the snake energy. You don't have the fangs, I don't believe.
I was hoping that Jordan could put like a Wolverine or a hidden blade with the fangs. Thought that would be cool to like insert the poison into somebody.
That is
it would be cool. But I have my sword for that.
Yeah, he has his vial.
Oh, that's right. You have.
As you look into the scales of your your snake trench coat, it's by the way, remind me of this armor. It's actually pretty high quality. It weighs about the same as leather, and it's about as good as plate mail. So
what?
Yeah, it's really high quality.
Dude.
Which makes you wonder how that guy killed it. But so the blue of the scales is a really interesting blue. It just like draws your eyes, and you just feel yourself if you look at it too much. Never when you're wearing it. As soon as you wear it, the effect seems to fade. But when it's first handed to your eyes, kind of just get lost in the color of the scales, and it just sort of hypnotizes you a little bit. Not like puts you to sleep, but just if you weren't paying attention, it'd be easy just to stare at this coat for hours.
Did Charlie make this for me? I mean, who made it for me?
Fred Fortress was having trouble making it, so he got some tips from Charlie, but it's mostly crafted by Frederick. You guys are heading up towards the boat, and there's Athena. The whetstone moving along her blade. It took you long enough. Are you ready?
I think so.
So you are the favorite of well, God, I gotta come up with another word besides favored. You're Athena.
That's a good word. Good word to use in describing me. Yes, I am. Are you ready to go?
Eager. I kind of like it. I'd like to activate accent to flirt throughout this trip as a negative aspect.
Very good. Yeah, she looks at the sword at your hip. I'm curious to see how Sudari fight. I've heard a lot of rumors.
Well, I believe we have some downtime if you'd like to go through a few rounds.
That I would, Doctor.
I turned to Jordan and whispered, "Don't worry, sorry, Doctor. Don't worry, I'm used to being beat up by women."
I just put my hand on my face and like, shut up, Remus.
Athena, how have you spent a lot of time with Athena? Have you gotten to know her, or have you just like that? The last time you saw her was when you escaped the arena.
I mean, I think the fact that she like saved my life, and also she's a fighter and probably needs a doctor a lot, or not a lot because she's skilled, but like sometimes, I would say we're like acquaintances / almost friends.
Okay, so a little bit about Athena as you guys pile onto the Cloudbreaker and it starts to power up. She's definitely pretty scrappy. She really doesn't appreciate being talked back to or down to, especially by men. She can't fucking stand that. She's beaten up several of the Valkyries. After which they actually like her more, which is kind of how Valkyries work. But she
Has
is.
she met Master Gerald?
Oh, no.
She. There was an altercation, and part of the tunnels are still closed down because of it.
Yeah, 20 people went to the hospital, none of which were either of those two.
Exactly. They have vowed to avoid each other. Two very strong-willed individuals. She enjoys fighting greatly. Won't talk about her family, and will not stand people asking about it or where she came from. She very much enjoys the fight, the challenge, and on a couple occasions has gone into random bars in the Citadel City and literally just started a fight. Just to
for the
win
fun
it.
of it.
Yeah. She's not like she's a good person. In that like she would never harm innocents, but has no problem putting people in their place and takes great pride in her fighting skill.
Rasha was left on the nest, right?
Oh gosh, they would get really along really well.
Okay, good.
But Athena she's a good person and honorable to a fault. If she says she's gonna do something, she's gonna fucking do it. And she's sent on this trip to be a guard here. So have you heard anything more than I have?
Simply a snatch and grab mission. Apparently, Richter believes the demon may be scared with how much force he's sending up, but besides that, when the dark is much to you.
I'll admit, I'm quite curious to see what has the old bag running scared.
Now, as I get a closer look, can I tell which part of the continent she might be from?
Yeah, so she doesn't look... She has a slight accent now that you talk with her. It's an accent. It's an unknown accent. You actually don't know. It's not an accent from the wilds, which you've heard before. It's not from any part of Sudar or any part of the continent that you've heard of. It's very light. She's clearly tried very hard to hide it.
Doesn't sound Kanave either.
No.
Okay. Well, as I've accustomed myself to doing in the army, I tend to like to get to know people through combat. And I do have to work on... I'm going to lose.
sorry.
I know.
That wasn't actually for you.
Oh.
I'm just gonna change her voice a bit because I forgot she had an accent until you started inquiring. So I'll try to give her a bit of an accent, just so you know why her voice suddenly changes. What were you saying to her?
Oh, I was basically asking her to a duel, just to keep on the toes.
Well, I would be flattered to see how the Sudari handle their blades.
Unfortunately, I would probably not be using the Sidori style. I'm willing to take a penalty to keep on training in the Kanave style.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, take a -2 to all your combat rolls.
Nice.
Is
that -2 after my dex added?
Yeah.
Okay.
So okay, yeah. She doesn't even wait. She just drops the whetstone and attacks.
Okay. And I try to go on a defensive, but I try to do it in the Sidori where I'm kind of like doing the artwork, leading my stroke into the next kind of block.
So I have a way that her rolls work. I will basically double her roll. That's how Athena's rolls work. So she's very confident and dangerous, which most of the time works out great. Sometimes it doesn't work out at all.
Well, sometimes you get a 1, and then you're
exactly. What'd you get?
I'm rolling right now.
Actually, I don't think I'll do that doubling thing. That sounds. I'll save that for an item. That's pretty fun.
I got an 8.
Okay. She pretty quickly disarms you and just your sword clatters to the deck. Blade at your throat. But she doesn't keep it there. She just touches the blade very lightly to your throat and then leaves it and sheathes it.
I want to point out this has happened probably a varying times to Remus. Can I not be intimidated?
I think honestly, Remus is probably pretty humble. You're not like, how dare you, woman, raise a blade?
Oh no.
Yeah,
not to be scared, basically.
Yeah, no, you were just you were honest about it. Yeah, the blade clatters and she sheathes her blade and nods at you.
It appears the rumors may be true. Would you like to go for another round?
Certainly. A blade flashes out again and attacks. You notably are not carrying your sword. Give me a dex check to grab your blade.
That one's 16.
Okay, you dodge out of the way of hers and pick your sword off of the ground. Give me a swordsmanship check.
And this time I try to go on the offensive.
Okay, I like that.
Oh, that's an unnatural 20. With
Nice.
the Sidori, I mean the Kanave kind of penalty. So
you
that's
actually
plus
give
3.
her a pretty decent show. Like, you pick up your blade and just go. Her style is it's similar to the Kanave style. Now that you see it, it's a little more brutal. It's not as elegant, but still a very like flowing, fluid swordsmanship. And you just bam go for the attack. You remember a couple of the techniques West told you about. You get a definitely a couple close hits in there actually before she kind of re-engages. Bats your sword away with a couple quick jabs, and bam, the sword point is at your throat again, which she taps and then kind of removes.
You are quite good.
It's my one saving grace, I would say. Well, we'll have plenty of chance to spar as we're going. What about you, Doctor? Around?
Sure, why not?
I'll switch to knives. And she pulled. You don't know where she pulled the knife from, but she suddenly has a knife.
All right, and I put up not my dream dagger, but just my 2 regular daggers.
Okay, yeah, give me that roll.
And then do I add +2 because of with knives?
Yes, you can.
Is a 15? No, sorry. 14.
You guys have dueled with knives before. She's similarly quick on her feet. She like knocks she gets past your guard, actually like tackles you to the floor with a knife to your throat and your arm pinned.
I do a headbutt.
Bam! She's not expecting it. Blood streams down her face.
And then I try to get on top.
She grins and headbutts you back, and presses the knife to your throat. I like you the more the time I spend with you, Doctor. Can I call you Kiliana?
Yes, of course.
Very good. This is going to be a very... She wipes the blood off her face. Most of it still kind of gotten into her shirt. I think this is going to be an entertaining voyage. You are all thrown to the deck as Cloudbreaker explodes from the nest. Its engines churning and humming as it zooms through the night sky. You are moving quickly across the continent. If you will direct your attention to the chat, I have posted a map. Citadel City is where you were. You are moving up. There's, if you look in that the quote unquote forest, which is just little straight lines. I always hate drawing tiny trees. It takes forever. There's a little blank spot up to the northwest of the Ild. If you see, it's just right below that dotted line and right east of the inner sea. You are heading to there.
That's when Cassandra went nuclear.
And I will be right back. I have to put this in the fridge, my food.
That's all good. Oh, it's going well. Actually, this gives me time. I can't talk, but I can hear you, Brink, if you want to talk at me while I'm trying to fix something.
All you have to know is that I'm going to set up a expedition and exhibit match between Athena and Rasha. That's my new high goal for the season. And I'll have Merlin just be bystander so he can just die in like a cat tragedy.
Brink, can you hear Groovy Boy?
I turned him down pretty low. In fact, to 0. Okay, I can hear him now. Okay, he's in a much better volume now.
Yeah, for some reason.
Okay, so it's creepy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Very good. Very good. I'm excited for this session. It's so fun.
Does Athena have a unique sword style? Like the shape of the sword, I mean, a unique blade style.
It's just a straight blade, quite thin. What's been called in the swordsmanship world a needle blade.
That probably wasn't in Sidori Legend. We probably didn't care too much about the shit.
No. Unfortunately not. Are you with
Actually,
the
it might have, because didn't the Shea Queen, and again, these legends really don't mean much because June's way gone, but the Shea Queen used one, right, to fight the Exa?
Yeah, I guess she would have. One
I
made out of
assume that
Straya steel. If
The
I
Alliance
recall.
was probably in the legend a bit, because the Exa is in the legend.
Yeah, I think that would be in the legend.
Did
As you
we
guys
know that he died?
What?
Did we know that he died to release the
Oh,
Huntsman
yeah,
or
that's the
something
be- that's
similar?
the best
Okay,
part of the
that's so
story.
cool.
As the
I kind of-
Cloudbreaker is flying over land, you see the big, huge, dark green forest of the Ild stretch out around you. It's pretty incredible. You've been flying for a couple hours, and you see a point. It's pretty stormy out. Pretty, like, really thick, gray thunderclouds are just kind of boiling in the sky, and you can see lightning in the distance, which is definitely going to be a problem. Most Zeppelins would fly pretty well in storms, however, this smaller one is not going to do great in one, especially a thunderstorm of that caliber. As you're flying over terrain, you see a big, great black spot, many, many miles in diameter, where the Ild was just burned to nothing, and like in some great encounter.
The Battle of the Id.
Athena, standing next to you too at the railing. I have heard of this battle. What took place here to cause such a great scar?
I guess it was my place to know. I was the Dagon of a reasonably populated province, and before Maryland and before Cassandra, or before Cassandra as we know it, there was the Royne families. You know of pyromancy?
I have heard of it, naturally, but
And this is what happens when it's pushed past its limit.
incredible. It's a pretty. You're getting closer and closer to the Battle of the Ild, the place where the great pyromantic weapon that Cassandra found was first unleashed, and the storm is getting pretty bad. In fact, the captain comes down, the rain starting to pound onto the floor of the Zeppelin. Captain Ramus, Captain,
I
we
believe
can't
we
fly
need
anymore
to.
in this. We need to drop you
Do you-
down.
Of course, do you have a safe location to?
We're
host
going to
the
move to the
Zeppelin for night?
southern. We're going to move to the Southern Academy, Captain. You need to bring the box there. We'll pick
Is
you
the
up if the
Southern
weather
Academy
gets
still
better.
in our possession?
Wait. We'll pick you up there unless the weather gets better, and then we can pick you up as soon as possible. The Southern Academy is still in whose possession?
Sorry, this is out of character. Is that still like a free zone?
No. All of the continent has been conquered by Merlin except for Grey Keep.
Okay, so this is okay. I assume this is kind of Victor's doing. So they're not landing in the Southern Academy. They're landing near it.
They're gonna land in the Southern Academy. The Battle of the Ild is like a few days from there.
But they're
so-
gonna land in Maryland territory.
Yeah, the whole continent is Merlin territory.
No, but I feel like the Southern Academy he'd have a good grasp on. And we wouldn't be able to sneakily put a Zeppelin down there.
It can be cloaked. The problem isn't cloaking. The problem is flying in the storm, which will destroy the Zeppelin. So it's dropping you off south
Okay.
of the battle, which is
Okay.
apparently where Theodore is. The rope ladder is dropped down, and you all three clamber down the ladder. The captain of the Zeppelin. Good luck, Ramus. As rain is just pelting onto the Cloudbreaker. The ground is thick with mud that oozes quickly, like 4 inches up your boots. Just like you're stomping around in mud here, and the rain is heavy. Huge cracks of thunder echo in the distance as you and Athena and Kiliana all land in the Ild. You see the ladder kind of snake up into the sky as Cloudbreaker, already cloaked, starts running away from the storm that could easily destroy it. You are in the Ild.
Well, I suppose each of us came for an adventure, but we do have a job to do. We have to get there as fast as possible.
I agree.
Can I
Let's
set you up
move.
harder ground or more stable ground, or is it just all kind of muddy?
It's all mud. You're like about an hour travel from the battlefield, which is a huge area, by the way. But apparently, that's where you're supposed to meet up with Theodore, somewhere on the battlefield.
Go quick and quiet, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
As
Are
best
you
as we
guys
can.
sneaking or are you moving quickly? How are you
Stealth
traveling?
is always better in this situation. Even if we want to be fast, we can't retain with nothing if none of us survive.
Everyone give me dex checks, please.
Can I use the aspect light on feet?
Yeah, I'll give you an advantage.
Sweet.
Okay.
Oh,
That's a
thank God for that advantage. That is 13.
13. Okay, and Brink?
12.
Okay. I mean, you're not. If it wasn't raining, you'd be doing a pretty shitty job. I mean, you're just squelching just in the big mud field that you're in. But it is absolutely pouring, and you don't have too much to worry about. I mean, it's the thunder and lightning is really pretty crazy. You're moving along. Again, it takes you about an hour of traveling, and by the end of it, you are all soaking wet, freezing cold. Except Jordan, actually, you're probably really well protected. Your coat is not letting any water in. But you guys are still. It's pretty miserable, this environment, as you walk out onto a hill and look over the Battle of the Ild. It is pretty horrendous. This just huge blackened field, which normally would just be burned earth, but right now is feet of mud. Just this gigantic swamp, basically. It's very unpleasant. And as the lightning flashes, you can see figures in the middle of this field. And almost over the thunder, you can hear the screams of combat. There is fighting going on right now. You can't even see who's fighting who because of the rain, and all of the combatants are covered in mud.
Well, we have to do something, but we can't risk going through the mud. If it's feet tall, we risk sinking in completely.
That could be Theodore. We have to help them.
How large is the swamp? Like, are we able to get around it pretty easily, or?
They're fighting in the middle, so you can clearly walk in it. It's just not the best ground for actually like moving around efficiently. You're not going to sink and die in most parts of this area. But it's just really not great for mobility. You can barely see anything. You just see figures struggling in the distance.
We have to just part now. We'll go spread out. We don't want it to be easy in this weather to send a volley in one direction we can even possibly dodge. I suggest we stay 15 feet away from each other and move out in a kind of fan formation towards the fighting.
Are you guys continuing to sneak, or are you moving? It's open ground, but the rain and the mud makes it pretty easy to stay hidden.
I think that probably would be best to just
I think
go,
we can
because
go
we're
ahead
going to
and
be
go with
noticed
this,
regardless.
Yeah, and I pull out the cross.
So wait, you would say it's best to be quick, or
Go
slow?
as fast as we can, yeah.
Okay. Everyone, give me dex checks.
Ooh,
14.
9.
You, Dr. Lucien, like, all of you are moving through the mud. You're all pretty much instantly covered in this stuff. Thick, heavy, just getting into your boots and in your clothes and in your eyes, and you're just instantly covered. It's pretty hard to tell who's who. You're having a hard time, Kiliana, making your way. You're just getting stuck, and it's just such a brutal terrain to travel through. But you guys eventually get close to the battlefield, where you see pretty brutal. What you thought were hills previously are corpses just covered in mud, some already sunk below the surface. of this liquid battlefield. There are many dead, and you can't see any insignias to tell who is who. But you quickly see kind of what it's looking like right now. A large, just several people with long swords. You quickly recognize Fred Fortress's design on their blades as they're in a circle, kind of back to back, holding off quite a few attackers, around 12 or so. Many are dead. This must have been an encounter of around 200 originally. All the attackers are wounded. The few defenders have arrow shafts sticking out of them, and it's looking pretty bad. As you are there, since you guys weren't trying to be sneaky, they all quickly notice you. The 10 or so attackers and the 3 or so defenders, all wounded, all bleeding. One of the defenders holds out a case and rushes over to you, Ramus, like running as hard as he can. One of the attackers puts an arrow in his back and he just face plants into the mud. The box held out before him. The defenders and the attackers quickly engage, and 6 of the attackers are rushing over to the fallen corpse of the man holding the box, presumably Commander Theodore, as they rush to get it. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in combat.
I snatch the box and immediately yell out to like Athena and the doctor, we're doing an attacking retreat.
Give me a
We need
dex
to get
check.
this box out of here now. Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
And have those copy pasted be ready to roll.
23.
Nice. You yell back and look forward. One of them, the person who shot Theodore dead in the first place, draws his short bow and fires at you. You actually pull out your sword and deflect the arrow out of the air in just this show of Kanave skill, actually. You don't know if you could do that on a command, but you manage it. The other 5 advance towards you, and since you ran forward, you now possess the case. They engage you. I need a bunch of dex checks, so just give me 5 dex checks, please.
Was I far enough away from them with the case? Because I immediately started running when
You have the case.
Yeah.
Give me a moment, gentlemen. I'll be right with you. No.
I have Erexium potions.
I think that's a great idea.
This is
I
gonna
don't
be.
even know what the idea is, but I like it.
I basically took an Erexium thing last session and used dark chemistry on it, so now I have a potion of Erexium.
I still have actually like 2
Okay.
Araxium on me. Are they running at me in a group?
Yeah.
I have Araxium.
Give me a dex check.
Let's see. That's a 17.
The guy with the short bow tries to shoot it out of the air, but it lands, but it hits. The 5 guys are rushing towards you. It explodes on the chest of the first one, just blowing him, just shredding him. 2 others are killed, but 2 are still shielded. Give me dex checks. You no longer have a disadvantage. What did you get for 2 dex checks? Nice.
First one is a 7, and the second one is a nat 20. So I'm
Nice.
gonna reroll that.
Give me a crit check, please.
Okay, it's a 7 and 25.
Okay, the first guy actually gets past your guard.
What about the scale mail?
His sword, yeah, he you got a 7, right? He
Yeah.
got a lot better than that. He knocks the blade. Here's a way to handle it. He knocks your sword out of your hand. And swings at you. He gets a hit, getting through a chink in your armor. You have wait, how'd that work?
I also have the
just did-
Kanave skin.
He just
So-
disarms you. You
Okay.
chitin rather. He
Yeah.
just disarms you and his blade clatters off your armor. The second guy comes at you. You actually disarm him and with his own blade just gut him. And he sinks to the floor. You're now in combat with this remaining guy. It is your turn, Dr. Lucian. You've seen there's about 4 attackers. Sorry, there's 3 attackers left.
Are they grouped together?
No. Sorry, I'm trying to do some mental calculation. Okay, one of them has the bow and he's been shooting things, and then the other 2 have just killed the last defenders. just run them through and are moving towards you. And finally, there's actually a fourth who's engaged with Brink.
So the other two that just killed the last defenders, I want to get their attention and have both of them run at me. And then as soon as they're like grouped together, I shoot an Erexium potion using my test tube gun.
It's pretty hard to get people's attention because it's pretty hard to see.
Well then, one of them will be fine of just like shooting your Erexium potion at.
Give me a dex check. You're shooting in the rain, which isn't great. Take a -2 to whatever final roll you get.
Okay. Is a 18.
Okay, yeah, you just the vial flies through the air, detonates on his shoulder, blowing through the upper left side of his torso. You see his viscera hang out as he stumbles down, just falling into the mud. His screams getting muffled as his mouth is full of it. The second guy who was running with him sees you, pulls out like a small hand axe and chucks it at you. Give me a dex check, -2 as well. What did you get?
8.
Oh yeah. It just flies through the air, and it slams right. Oh, you're wearing armor. Nice. It just
I am.
Yeah. Make sure to remind me of that, because if I forget, it doesn't count.
Okay.
It just bounces off like the main chest part of your armor. And the guy seems.
Can I follow up with shooting him with an Erexium potion?
That you can next turn. But Athena seems like she has it. She like rushes through the mud. Oh, except she doesn't. She like trips and face plants in the mud as the guy who missed his hand axe through you rushes over at her. They engage. He actually gets like a cut on her leg before she disarms and promptly decapitates him. There's just the archer and the person attacking Brink. It is now my turn as them. The archer is going to shoot at Brink. Give me a dex check. As long as you don't roll a 1, honestly, you'll be fine.
Okay, that's a 12.
Okay, yeah, arrow just flies through the air, misses. And the guy who's engaged with you also just don't roll a 1. You didn't do great. Got a 9.
I got a 10.
Wow, ooh, close. Okay, you're holding him off. You're holding him off. It is now your turn, Brink.
Okay, so my regular sword's on the ground, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna make like I'm attacking him with his buddy's sword. Then I'm going to drop the sword. I'm gonna use one of my hand to go for my other sword, and the other I'm gonna pick up some mud and throw it at his face.
Ooh, give me a dex check. He does not see it coming.
I got a 7.
Ooh, okay, he definitely does see it coming. He sees it's coming and just tackles you into the mud. Neither of you have swords at this point, and you're just wrestling in the mud.
Can I have an aspect called, because my wife knows Shashurik, and I spar with her a lot.
Yeah, call it. My wife knows Shashurik. We're gonna cut to Jordan. Okay, there is the person who Athena's just killed, and then finally there is, of course, the archer who's been shooting at shit.
How far away is that archer?
Like a medium distance. No, a long distance. Like you'd have to actually walk over to get into a fight with him.
Yeah, why not? I'm gonna pull out my my knives and a blinkstone and go teleport right behind him and cut his throat.
You do so. Just as blood kind of dribbles down his chest, mixing with the mud there, and he just kind of stumbles to the ground. It's left to you, Brink. Unfortunately for those watching, because Athena gets up. However, no one can really tell who's who. You're both covered in mud, and it just looks like two figures wrestling. This is kind of on you. But Athena is moving towards you. It is his turn. He is going to try to get you into his position. Your wife does know Shashurik, so I will give you a +2, but this is a strength check. You're grappling currently.
Oh, strength?
Yeah, actually, it's really just going to be a +1 because you're not really trained in this. So I'll give you a +1 to your strength, but it didn't do great.
It's more that I'm used to fighting somebody who knows how to use martial arts against somebody who's mud wrestling me.
Yeah, but you don't actually know Shashurik.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. So just a +1.
I'll give you the
minus
+1. He didn't do great.
I got a 12.
Okay, he got a 14. He gets an arm. He starts to. He's got you in a position where he's gonna start to choke you out, and you feel like you're the oxygen leaving you as the.
I was covered
begins.
in mud, right?
Yeah.
Slippery mud.
Okay. We'll do another grapple.
Okay.
Give me another strength check.
Well, this time I'm kind of
I'll give
trying
you a
to
dex
weasel
check.
my way out. Just trying to snake it out.
Yeah.
That's a 19.
Okay, you get out of his grip. You've escaped his grapple, which would have knocked you out at least. Jordan, it is your turn. You see the two figures wrestling.
Do I know which one's which?
How would you tell?
I've got a
I mean,
cloak
in my mind,
that's
I'm
pretty
like-
covered.
Probably the one that's not doing too well is Remus. But
Ouch, but not
appearance-wise, doesn't Remus have like scales on his arms that would make the
Yeah,
mud
but
look
it's all
a little?
covered. It's all
It's
covered.
all
in
covered?
mud. Yeah. He's got the slick mud sheen on him, like all of you
I
do
will.
at this point.
I will point out, Sidori men are shorter, on average.
Yeah,
than
but-
Cultists
I
men.
don't remember that, so I'm
Yeah.
not going to count it. I
They're
think I'm just
also
going to
all
go
lying
and.
down.
Mm,
You don't really know. Is the answer. You're like looking. Athena rushes up beside you. She says in very broken Sudari, like in command, yell.
And then I yell.
You call out, and she rushes on. Let's see how good her insight is. Oh, thank goodness. She picks the person she think didn't yell and brings her sword right down through his leg. He says something in accented comment that doesn't sound like Sudara, and she puts the sword through his chest. His body slumps, blood gurgling through the hole in his sternum. And you guys look, it's a pretty nasty battlefield.
Remus immediately picks up his sword. Theodore gave us a chance, and we have to leave now.
You
We have to get back to
see-
the tree line.
You actually, sorry, you all, no, wait, I take it back. Yeah. I guess they're all dead then.
Actually, here, Athena, take the box. Actually, Doctor, take the box and start heading towards the tree line.
Are you sure?
We're gonna be right behind you. I'm just gonna give the battlefield one last look to see if anybody's still alive.
Let me escort the doctor. You stay behind.
Of course.
Athena starts moving towards the tree line.
Can I hand Brink one of my transparency potions?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm like, drink this in a pinch.
thank you. Although I've been told not to do drugs, but I trust you. Okay.
They
So-
leave the battlefield.
Remus is making his way back slowly towards where they're going, but he's gonna give Theodore's body one last look.
He's in the process. You thought he was dead, but in his last death throes, he kind of grabs at your collar, pulling you down. Captain, he's afraid. And Captain Theodore dies in your arms.
I kind of like do the kind of symbolic, like I close his eyes for him. I wish I could give him a better burial. And I kind of head off back to the tree line, but as I go, I'll be like, and you've made it so.
You leave the battlefield behind. The encounter of probably 4-1 outnumbered Valkyrie troops who just battled long enough for reinforcements to arrive. You guys are now moving through the Ild. It is pitch black. What are you doing to light your way?
I would recommend that we actually stay without torches for when the rain would just put them out anyway.
Are we going to stay the night or travel through?
Travel through. Can't
We'll
stay
travel through the best we can.
Okay. Let's move then. You guys are moving along. You can't. It is this storm is getting very bad. As in, like, you're moving along the path and a lightning bolt comes down and obliterates a 20-foot tall pine tree on your left. Just completely destroyed. You've never seen lightning striking in such like quick fashion, and it seems like it's striking around you, abnormally so.
Although I would recommend we look for a cave.
We can't stay here. We will be attacked and overrun like they were.
Fair point. It's a very militaristic mindset, actually.
I mean, I was in the military.
If we're calling that, no time for bickering. Let's go.
You continue your hiking. It's pretty bleak as lightning is striking closer and closer. You're all pretty much exhausted after hiking, because it's not like you guys have been sleeping during the day. You basically haven't slept for like 30 hours at this point, and you have just been in combat, and you're hiking in really difficult terrain. Soaked and frozen to the bone, starving, exhausted, but still making progress when you see some lights on the horizon. Get down.
Yeah, immediately down.
Athena has her blade out, and you guys are all... The mud isn't as bad here as it was on the battlefield. It's not like you're not actually sinking in it, but it's just normal.
We still have mud covered all over ourselves,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So does that help us blend in?
Yes. You quickly realize the light isn't moving. You've stumbled across a small town. It is not like made of these wooden houses. It's actually built of these really tough kind of mud and stone huts that are it's this little kind of valley, which is on the way to the Southern Academy. It's a nice little quaint little town. You can hear sounds of people celebrating inside the main inn, and it seems pretty nice. Little wall around it. You see guards on watch in their little watchtowers, keeping an eye out.
Can I? How big is the briefcase?
It is about the size. Imagine. It's about the size of like 2 Bibles stacked on top of each other.
Can I put it in my medical bag to just hide it away?
Yes.
Yes,
It doesn't look very special. It is basically a simple wooden box.
I'll put like the box where I keep the sharp stuff on top of it to just kind of hide and disguise it.
Okay. What are we thinking? Move on by?
Unfortunately, I don't think I'd be quite welcome in this town.
Then we move on.
It might be hard to find.
If you two go on ahead,
it's a few days travel until we get to the Southern Academy.
We may want to rest here just to wait out the storm. However, I believe if we do so, you two go on in ahead. If you can find lodging, I'll try to sneak in afterwards.
That could be wise. There is a reasonably... It's not like a real wall, but it's a wall that you couldn't just climb over without being noticed around the small town. And there is a main gate.
Before we go, to alert me of your presence, or if I need to alert you, whistle twice.
Got it. Be sure to take that potion when you come in.
Will do.
That's actually thank you for that.
Who's heading? Kiliana and Athena, you guys are heading up to the main gate.
Yes, I think so.
As you're moving towards you, there's a big pile in front of the gate. You don't know what it is. It's hard to see in the pitch black and the nighttime. Everything's lit by torchlight, which, if you've ever used a torch in real life, is terrible. So you're kind of walking up to this gate when you hear the sound of a heavy crossbow kind of cocking. All right, who goes there? State your name, and if you're one of those conscript fucks, you can just fuck right off.
My name's Dr. Luciane. This is Athena. We've been traveling for 30 hours. We need some ale and some bread and some sleep.
And you aren't conscript, are you?
We're not conscripts.
Come into the light where I can see you.
I do so?
There's like torches in front of the main gates. You see the pile to your right is around 30 conscript soldiers just laying on top of each other.
I look up and I'm like, that's what I like to see.
Come on in, Sheriff Walter. Good to talk with you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
The gates open. It's not a formidable group here. You can't imagine. In fact, there's like 8 guards here. You can't imagine them ever holding off 30 conscript soldiers who are generally good fighters. Welcome to Rawwood. Good to have you.
Thanks.
Head on over to the Gallivant. It's a lovely little inn, and you're welcome to stay there. This is it's a nice place to be in a storm like this. Never seen anything in my life. Something unnatural about it, if I say.
Something unnatural indeed. How did you kill all those conscripts?
We've got a few friends in high places, I would say. But best not worry about that, Doctor. Head on your way.
I actually do you need any help with medicine at all? I can help at least a little bit for your hospitality.
There's a couple wounded. Head on over to the watch barracks. In fact, I'll come with you. He motions to the rest of the watchmen who head on back. Now that you look at this wall, it is newly taken care of, as in, like, this place has just recently been built up. Give me an intelligence check.
That is a 13.
Something's odd about the wall, but you can't quite put your finger on it.
I failed magic as an elective in college, so I'm going to assume it's magic.
You're heading over to the barracks, and the sheriff is talking with you. Bad business of late. This fucking demon on the throne, and I thought nothing could be worse than those royal families, but apparently I was wrong.
Nothing worse indeed.
I'm just trying to keep my little town safe, you know, and some of those conscripts came by begging for, well, they weren't begging, they weren't even asking neither, just taking sons and daughters alike, putting them in suits of armor and sending them against the Sudari. What a waste.
They're kidnapping people?
Sometimes they're trying. They might be working in other places, but we like to keep conscripts' helmets around here, just hang them from the doors. You're safe as long as you're in this town. They'll have to send a goddamn army to get us.
How has this town survived for so long? I don't mean to question you, but my God, I don't know how I've survived this long.
Rollwood's off the map, mate. It's we're barely 200 people.
I'm just curious, is this, like, town roughly the size of the, like, light I saw in the cosmic vision?
No, and it was in a different location.
Okay.
So.
Cool.
Well, yeah, come on in. You go over to the barracks. There's a few wounded men, simple bladed weapon wounds, like,
Usual, stitch them up.
Yeah. It takes a little bit of time, before you go there, and doesn't seem to be too bad. When you come out of the barracks, what are you up to? What are you up to, Brink?
I'm standing in your mud and rain.
Ooh, just having a blast.
Although I'll keep an eye out the best I can in the weather, especially in the direction we came from.
Okay. Give me an insight check.
That is a 23.
You do not see anything. Can you give me a knowing check, please?
A 12.
You do not know anything. You know nothing. So your mind casts back to spending a month with your family in cold but cozy Quartz Isles. A lot drier than this.
Why on earth did I use cozy for that place? Has it come to this?
Yeah. So you're wishing for your wife right now for sure. The sheriff sets you up, Kiliano, with rooms at the Gallivant Inn, and thank you so much for taking care of my men. Is there anything you require during your stay here?
Like I said, ale, bread, and some sleep.
We can make that happen. Gaffer, the guy behind, it's a pretty lively bar. This is actually a pretty lovely little town. People are kind of celebrating the storm, you know. It's an exciting thing to have all this lightning and thunder, and there's electricity in the air, quite literally. People are drinking, dancing, having a good time. Everyone loves the sheriff. As soon as he come in, like, a pretty girl skips over and, like, puts some flowers over him, and he bashfully nods and bows. I've got someone in for you. A doctor and a friend helped out. Took care of my mates. Set them up with a room, ale, and as much ale as they can handle. Gaffer grab, will do. And the kind of merrymaking continues. Pretty nice little town. A couple people playing cards in the corner. It's very nice. The gaffer, the innkeeper, kind of. What can I get you?
What is, what's your best ale that you have that won't get me drunk?
Got fine dark beer and good meaty stew.
That sounds wonderful. You, Athena?
I'll have the same, thank you. She's looking around and, just kind of keeping an eye out. It's a pretty hearty meal, but as you're kind of tucking in, should we call for our friend? Yes,
we should.
I'll go retrieve him. Have your meal. Athena runs out. She goes and grabs you, Brinker, on your way back. As you're sitting there, Jordan, just kind of digging into your food, which is absolutely delicious. You're actually drying off in this room. It's so warm, and it just feels amazing.
And I'm probably, like, disgustingly scarfing it down, just, like, huge gulps, and I choke a little bit, and yeah, all that.
A couple of, like, the farmers in the corner, like, are nodding, like, approvingly. That's a woman with vigor. Your meal is interrupted, however, as the door slams open.
I think I instinctively go to my medical bag without looking and just slowly take out a syringe full of a sedative.
Two figures in cloaks enter, one in white, one in black. They both hold up a sack and drop it onto the floor, turn and leave. Spilling out from the sack, rings. Carrying the insignia of these are given to captains of conscript forces. A bunch of these rings like spill out over the floor, and the two cloaked figures have left the bar. The door slamming shut behind them.
What is the room's reaction to this? Like
the farmers like nod and kind of grin fiercely. One of them goes over and like picks up one of the ring, holding it in hand. It's still blood spattered. Serves him damn right. And he goes over, sits down at the bar. The innkeeper goes like kind of picks up the bag and sets it behind the bar. Now that you notice, you see like conscript. There's a lot of weaponry from conscript soldiers here, but not like displayed in like honorably. Like these are conquered foes in the Gallivant Inn, and there's lots of them. From that number of rings, you remember this when you were trying to hide as a conscript soldier that one time. During the orientation, they were like explaining this, but with that number of captain's rings, the forces that are in the area right now are pretty gargantuan. That must be hundreds of troops. Merlin really wants this case. With that,
think-
Athena and Ramus stride into the room.
Cozy place.
Remus,
Yes.
I think I say this as quietly as possible, by the way. I think conscripts case.
I would imagine.
They just dropped 100 rings of fallen conscripts. I don't know how long they can hold them off, but I don't know if we can stay here for the night. Merlin wants this case.
It might be better for the town if we leave.
We
Give
need to
me
get
30
sleep
minutes.
Athena. We need to get sleep sometime. If we don't get any rest, is it better to sleep here or on the road?
Give me 30 minutes, I can create potions to keep us up for days. Used it myself during a certain period of time where I just couldn't sleep, and it kept me awake for days. Afterwards, it was the worst hangover of my life.
But will
can
it keep
us
our
up.
bodies sharp and able?
We just need to keep our bodies quick and moving.
You used that for studying and working, not combat, so you're unsure how well that will work, just FYI.
Listen, we'll leave first thing at the crack of dawn. But we need to rest. The case wouldn't do no good if Merlin gets it from our dead corpses. And if
Then
we
I will
travel-
stay up and keep watch. You guys get rest. I can't
We will-
fight as well as both of you.
We will alternate watches. We all need to be rested up.
I don't like it.
You were interrupted as one of the big burly farmers kind of moves up to Brink. He, with the kind of serving knife that he was cutting his meat with, he tips the hood off the top of your head, where you are clearly Sudari. Sudari, huh?
That is correct.
Tell me one thing. Did you give him hell at the landings?
More than you can imagine.
I like this man. Get him a drink. And your drinks are served rounds to you from the farmers, who don't ask about stories from the battle, but clearly just appreciate your service.
Well, the last time I had continent ale, I got in a bit of trouble. So I will have to... I'll fake drink it.
Okay. Yeah. It's nice. The fake ale. You guys are probably pretty exhausted. You have rooms upstairs for all of you, and clearly some positive opinions from the crowd.
We'll watch the door. I'll take the first watch. You two rest up.
With all due respect, I can at least get some potions done first, just in case we have to get out of here quickly. I can take first watch and work.
If you wish. Thank you. I'll take
Okay.
second, and
The rain during you're struggling to give me an insight check, Jordan, to stay awake.
Whew. Okay, oh, it's loading. It's loading.
Huh, no, it's pretty quick.
That is a 9.
Okay, you fall asleep pretty much instantly. You're just exhausted. You open up your notes and just face plant into them really, and just sleep deeply.
do Athena and I see this?
No, you guys are fast asleep as well. She goes on long enough. Yeah, she wouldn't wake you up by falling asleep.
Would
so I don't
Sudari military training allow me to wake up for this?
I can't imagine any training that would wake you up when someone else falls asleep without magical aid.
That's fair.
But
Do I fall off my chair?
that's true. I'll do a general check. No, you stay on your chair, although just barely. It's pretty uneventful, regardless. You wake up to find Dr. Lushane, snoozing away. And take your position.
I'll put her gently in the bed and then take the chair. And put the notes right next to her.
Jordan.
Yeah?
You have very, strange dreams. Your dreams are chaotic. You dream of lots of events from your past, including some that come to mind very strongly. You dream, you can somehow remember the smell of Citadel City as it was being attacked, as it was being burned down. The battles you've been in. And suddenly, it's not quite dreamlike anymore. You're in the castle. In the big throne room where you fought Merlin. And suddenly you're below it, deep down below, into a great black room with a torch shining just to your right. You're sitting in a chair and with a table before you, and across from the table, figures in dark robes stride before you.
Merlin.
Our master is not here right now.
And what do you want?
Patience. We are waiting for the High Marshal. Sorry, not the High Marshal, the Marshal. There's a good number of these cloaked figures there, but they part for another person in dark cloak. This one clearly feminine, as she moves her way towards you. Well. It's so good to finally meet you, Doctor.
Do I recognize the voice?
Never heard it before.
Okay.
I see you're confused. I'm Mistress Raiden, the Dream Alchemist.
So you're the one who's been fucking with my circadian rhythm these past few months.
Yes, you've been very difficult to get a hold on, but we finally managed it. I'll be frank with you, Doctor. This is an interrogation.
Interrogation?
And it's going to happen every night until you're dead or until we have the information. I'm afraid you're quite powerless to stop us.
Never claimed I was actually powerful. So what questions do you have before you get to the whole torture thing? I may be able to just provide some answers.
Well, you see. Please speak of your sister.
I don't say anything.
I'd be lying if I said I hoped. Well, the alchemic circles flare on her arms and like manacles appear around you. You are firmly attached to this chair, and she pulls out a long, thin knife. What's inside that case? Have you opened it? Do you know what's inside it?
I have no idea what's inside it.
Where is Lord Richter?
He is... Oh, let's see. Is she close to me?
Yeah.
I spit on her face.
Your spit freezes as it comes out of your mouth. Oh, no. You see, where in the world that I control right now? If you were a dream alchemist, maybe this would be a contest, but for now, and she gently pushes the knife into your abdomen. You feel like a sharp shock of pain. Brink, give me an insight check. As in real life,
I got an 18.
A wound opens up in Kiliana's abdomen and blood pours down, soaking the bed beneath her.
I immediately take out a Sidori bandage and put it in.
What did you get?
I got an 18.
Okay. Yeah, you see, you're just looking around, you see like the blood pouring from the wound, you rush to the bandage. Well. So, no dice on Lord Richter.
Not quite, but I do want to say one thing.
Another wound. Take another. Sorry, you should have taken 2 tokens of damage, which were healed by the Sudari bandage. Although you don't really know that. And then take another 2 as another. From your perspective, Brink, as you've just placed a bandage on her body, another wound just opens up, like a 5-inch deep cut into like where her rib cage is, blood pouring out.
And this time he's just putting pressure on it, and he's trying to wake her up just because medically you have to not have the person be asleep. In this case, you want to keep him awake.
Give me a... I guess you're just trying to shake her awake. Just give me a strength
Yeah.
check. Ooh.
That's a unnatural 1.
Ooh, I got a natural 1. She's still out of it somehow. She's still, like, she's not coming out. You feel the dream world around you is kind of shaking and breaking. Well, I suppose this can just be our introduction, Doctor. Of course, I have every night of the rest of your life and the rest of your friends' lives to work on this. Brink, as you're, like, kneeling on the floor by the bed, you feel blood pooling along the floor, and you look over. Athena is slashed to bits on the bed next to you.
Like dead?
Not dead, but very badly injured.
Okay, so as not the medical expert, I am desperately trying to get Doctor up now.
Give me a strength check. You're shaking her.
Can I do something else?
What do you want to do?
I am going to put... actually, do we have any more beer with us?
Sure, yeah.
I'm going to dump it on her.
You splutter and come out of it as the dream fades. Mistress Raiden waves at you. See you tomorrow evening, Doctor. And you wake up. Athena is lying, like, shaking on the bed, blood just pouring down.
Doctor, there's no time to explain. She needs
Get my medical bag now.
Yeah. You've got your medical bag. What are you doing?
I'm gonna basically, I'm gonna use Remus's help. I'm like, put pressure on the wounds and basically stop the bleeding. And then I'm gonna just stitch her up, put Sudari bandages on her, and then try to replenish her blood the best I can.
You stop the bleeding. Give me an intelligence check.
I push it.
You can't. I normally am the one who tells you if you can do a push, but what did you get?
I got a 6.
I will let you push it, but in the future, let me know.
Oh, okay.
I will give you the opportunity. You can request it, I guess, if you like. Normally, don't have people do that. Yeah. What did you get on your push?
Yes.
So, wait. Before you push, did you already do it?
I did. Sorry.
Okay. Well, before you tell me what it is, so I'm unbiased in saying this. When you push, it's the same chance of doing it. However, if you fail this, it'll be significantly worse. What did you get?
For my push, I got a 20.
Nice. Okay. You're fumbling with your instruments, but you kind of get a grip and just finish. You sew up her. She's still getting cut as you're doing this. So, like, you can stop some of these wounds, but she's still
Remus,
asleep.
Wake her up now.
I take some of the beer and pour it on her as well.
It takes a lot more water in the face this time to wake her up, and you get the sense that whoever's using Dream Alchemy has a much stronger grip this time and is more prepared for you. But she does eventually come out of it.
Just lay down, Athena.
Lay down.
Athena, just lay down. Everything's gonna be
Calm
okay.
breaths.
Yeah, she does so. Thank you. That was unpleasant, to say the least.
Remus,
What happened to you guys?
make sure Athena gets water and a little food, and just monitor her wounds. I need to keep us awake as long as possible.
Okay. Tell me
And
about it
then
later. I'll go down and get some water.
I get started on like the dankest awake potion I can.
So this is normal chemistry, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay. How would you do that? Tell me how would you make that? I can't imagine you having like caffeinated equipment. So what are you doing? Are you trying to make some sort of are you trying to coke you guys up? Like, what's your plan?
Well, yeah, actually, because, I mean, a coca plant was quite common use in medicine, so I assume I have some coca plant.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
And then I make it basically what I did to keep up during studying and everything, but I make it like a lot more pure, a lot more fine. So I'm just really mainly a lot more careful to like make sure we're staying sharp as well.
Give me an intelligence check. And this is going to take about an hour if you're going to be careful.
13.
You've made some stuff, so you know this is going to keep you from falling asleep, but your performance is not going to be helped that much. Like, your performance is going to go significantly down once you need to sleep and you aren't. You can't stop that with this quality. You might, if you had more time, you can take a shot again and try to work on it more. But you don't really have the chemicals, you don't have the technique.
Can I try with dark chemistry?
How would you do that? You're welcome. You have to give me a battle plan.
Yeah. So I basically take the same plant because I assume I didn't use all of it. I have like good supply.
Yeah, I would say you have some left.
Yeah. So I just basically take that and reduce it down to the base thing on which cocaine is, and that is a stimulant.
Okay. Give me an intelligence check.
21. That's better.
Okay. You have a stimulant. It is on. Enough for 3 people. It'll keep you guys awake for the time it'll take you to get to the Southern Academy. When it's off, I'll give you a more specific time. It's gonna keep you awake for 2 days. For 48 hours of peak alertness, full skill the entire time. When it crashes, you guys will begin with disadvantages on every roll. And every few minutes, it'll go more. So you're going to crash as soon as it wears off, which I will give you some warning of. You have 48 hours when you ingest this.
Okay.
You guys got a few hours of rest, but you're still exhausted. Well, we need, until we get this box to where we need to go, Merlin is gonna hound us with every force he has to bear. This storm still hasn't let up, meaning that Cloudbreaker can't pick us up here, so we're going to have to go to the emergency point.
Then I hand them just the normal alertness stuff.
Okay.
And this will keep us up. It will not keep us sharp. I have substances, let's just say, to keep us awake and sharp, but we cannot use it yet. We just need to use it in an emergency.
Okay, that sounds good.
Then we'll push as far as we can.
Okay, you guys take the chemical. You're still in your rooms. Blood has soaked the sheets and the floor. It is dried now. There's that kind of dark red material spread a good portion of the room. It's pretty early in the morning. It's gotta be like 4.
What's that?
You're in Rawlwood.
Yeah.
So do we move out
Wait,
now?
can we get some horses?
We could get some horses from them. Let's see if we can talk to the sheriff. You seem to be good friends with him.
Yes, I will. And I go talk to the sheriff.
Okay.
I go find him.
You head over to the sheriff. He's there. He was getting some rest, but you wake up a couple people and get him heading out so soon. My God, are you okay?
Don't worry about me. Worry about your town. The town is in danger, and we need horses to get out of here as fast as possible.
His look of shock changes to a cold look, and then respect. I can get you those. 3 of our best mounts. I'll have them ready in mere moments. Meet me at the gate. And he rushes off, trundling away.
I go back to Remus and Athena.
That's good
Athena,
news.
can you ride?
I'll be okay. I'm still alive. That I can guarantee, and I can still fight. I think I just took a bit of a beating there.
Maybe we should share a horse just so you don't fall off. I'm not questioning your
I'll be
strength,
fine.
but I
I'll be
don't want
fine.
those wounds to open up, and I don't know how many more bandages I can apply.
When you say horse, her face does go a little green. I do hate riding. Well, so be it. I'll ride with you. He brings back the horses, which Athena, you don't know what she has against horses, but she just doesn't like them, turns a little pale at the sight of them. Well, here are your horses, and, I don't know what trouble follows you, although I can guess. Some diabolical thing that Merlin cooked up. But,
Sheriff,
yeah.
if your town is ever in danger and you need to escape, I hand him just one of my cards. Go to Citadel City, find a Valkyrie Knight. You'll know it when you see it. They look magnificent. And show them this card. They'll be able to grant you some sanctuary.
Thank you, I appreciate it. You take care out there.
You take care in here.
He nods, and you guys get on your horses. Two big, beautiful brown. These look like they could be war horses if the right person got a hold of them. Pretty incredible mounts. Are you ready?
More so than I think we could be.
Oh, let's ride fast so I can get off this fucking long-faced monster. Please, as quickly as we can. You guys head off in the early morning light, rushing through the gates of Rawwood, leaving the town behind you, moving quickly through the Ild. It is a bunch of travel. You continue moving for the rest of the day, actually. The weather has changed to be incredibly odd. The rain has stopped. However, the thunder, it's still, the clouds are still really thick above you, and there's still lightning striking off in the distance. You've never just seen a storm without rain. It's very odd and clearly unnatural.
I flip off the lightning. Feel like,
that
fuck
makes it
you.
The thunder rumbles in response. As you guys are moving, you can see the forest is starting to thin, and in the distance, you see the Southern Academy, a huge multi-tiered building that used to be hovering. You've heard stories about how it would float above the ground, and all the different buildings were kind of attached by chains as they would try to float away, and all the crazy things the student alchemists would do, but it's much less pleasant currently. The buildings are all ramshackle and fallen apart. Great green vines have grown over everything, and none of them are floating anymore or nestled, tilted, and awkward on the ground itself. It is nighttime. You ride for a whole day moving towards it. You are feeling the effects. You're still awake. You can no longer even have the ability to sleep because you're on the chemical stimulant. But you will now start having disadvantages to your actions. If you don't get some rest, which you can't. So actually, unless you take the dark chemistry stimulant, then you guys are gonna start having difficulty fighting. Jack is about to join. Very good. You're still in the forest, and a big like dry wind is starting to blow. It's like a very strong, powerful wind. It feels like you're in like some sort of dust storm, almost like that level. You're also
Sure.
nicely dry, which is appreciated. All the water's wrung from the trees and from your clothes and stuff like that, and you're moving quickly towards the Southern Academy. You'll be there in about an hour of travel, it looks like. So you're feeling good. Jack, welcome.
All right.
What's up, dude?
Okay.
We definitely actually need you right now because we're in a position where we can't sleep.
I am going. Yeah, I originally, when I planned that, I was like, this will be nice because Rome can help, but he wasn't there for it. I am going to go get some food. I'm going to be back in a little bit. This is a great time for a break, but the main thing I want you guys to do while I'm gone is update Jack on what is happening, who you're traveling with, where you
Yes.
are. I will be back as soon as I possibly can. Okay. Everyone has gone to the bathroom. You've got some food. Thank you for joining us. Jack, do you feel caught up? Feel like you understand?
Yeah. I know the main thing is that, the main thing is that Raiden is somewhere nearby causing
Yes.
problems.
I was hoping to hear a gasp from Brink, but I wasn't treated with one.
I gave my gasp to Jack.
Yeah.
And then I promised that I was not the one to antagonize.
Yes, I had to ask that because I knew that it was totally possible.
If you wanted to know Arthur's response to this, if you was Arthur, he would have asked, so how'd that thing go with the air alchemist?
Oh my god. Oh, it's a pity none of you know about that. Otherwise, that would be really good. Did Jordan get an update on what Raiden actually means to the old team?
I have no idea.
Brink, go ahead.
Brink?
What's up? Oh, sorry, I'm.
Do you want to explain to Jordan what Raiden means to the old team?
If you give me 2 seconds, I would be.
Mm-hmm. I want to hear the story straight from the horse's mouth. I guess, is the phrase.
Yes. Oh, Nathan, I did have a question.
Mhm.
Do you mind telling me, because I know you confirmed that I was allowed to have my my portable ballista for Ralm.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything any notes you want to give me for that?
You have the sharpshooter's ballista. Back when you were in the nest, you labored over some old designs you saw. And Fred Fortress and you worked on that. You now carry it with you. It's a pretty incredible machine. Between this and your sword, you're pretty heavily packed, just FYI. Like, you're carrying two massive sized weapons that no one else could really use. People could use your ballista, I suppose, but not carry it, that's for sure.
Yeah, it would need like its own cart.
Yeah, pretty much. But you have those. No word on the caltrops yet, but
Okay.
you have the
But
big old...
that's an idea I passed on to Richter, and I'm assuming he liked it.
Oh yeah, he's always... Well, Fred Fortress liked it.
Well, yeah.
That's the key. The true hero of the rebels. So,
Yeah.
You guys are riding towards...
Oh, I can explain.
Oh yeah, explain, please.
So, Jordan, you know about Churus, right? Nathan's character.
Yes.
At one point, that was Lancaster, a major character in this campaign, and my Arthur was trying to become his apprentice, and his one job to become that was make things interesting.
And, oh my God.
Unfortunately, when we went to the Northern Academy, we met the headmistress Raiden. She was not very welcoming. She was very cold, distance, and as it was clear that we had no...
She heard that you were Lancaster's apprentice.
In which case, she became very upset because Lancaster has stood her up on multiple occasions. And she's very hostile. And so, once it became clear that we weren't welcomed in the Northern Academy, we decided to leave. But just before leaving, and to make things interesting, especially for Lancaster, Arthur decided to randomly make out with this woman and then run away.
Yep.
Which she was
Ass.
not excited about. So,
And all of a
Yes.
sudden, I'm very glad Arthur is not Arthur anymore. Because I do not want to know what she would do to him.
Wait, is this the person that's is this the Dream Alchemist?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes, dream alchemy is so fun. I love it. So we return now. Another DM would perhaps have some really cool, elaborate reason for Rolm not being here and then suddenly being here. However, I absolutely hate doing those things. They just drive me crazy for some reason. So, Rolm, you're there.
Rolm walks out of the woods.
You've been there. You just haven't quite been there.
Guys.
Don't worry about it. Rolm's like thundering along with the horses. Actually, you're gonna very much slow them down. But running as much as Rolm can, the horses are still making good time.
They're up ahead and about 15 minutes behind is Rolm.
There is this sort of dry wind, like moving through these woods. The whole place is completely dried out, even though there's this sort of rainless thunderstorm going on. The lightning above you. The whole place has been dried out over these last like 4 hours of heavy wind. And as you're getting pretty close to the academy, Athena, I guess this is the point of Cloudbreaker, but I don't exactly see it.
Well, we need to signal it somehow. We
That's
kept both for walkie-talkie.
Yeah, you do. You have both. Who has them? You guys should. I guess you, Ramus, and you, Kiliana, have them, right?
I wonder if, since Jack is made of stone, if we could like somehow
just enchant
embed
my
one
hand
into his ear. But that's a problem for another day.
For another day. That's a good
Let's
idea.
not go modifying my body for random things.
I think as
Would you
long
hide
as we're careful, we can make good time. There is you guys suddenly feel like the hair on your head stands straight up.
My pebbles stand up.
Roll them, you're fine. And then there is the thundering sound as lightning strikes right behind you twice. 2 different trees are struck by bolts of lightning. And the wind that has been drying out this forest for the past couple hours returns. Flames quickly spread along trees behind you. This huge wall of red flame moving from tree to tree quickly. This is a forest fire built to perfection. Dry leaves covering the ground, and a wind pushing the fire by pure chance, naturally, in your direction.
We're on horses, right?
Move now.
Yes,
Let's go.
Y'all just start galloping through the woods.
I take up a jog.
Yeah, you're fine, honestly.
I'm not too afraid of fire.
This isn't pyromantic flame, so you should be okay.
Yeah.
I'll
cover in ash.
Yeah, you'll be okay. The 3 organics, however, you guys are riding, and lightning bolts strike before you on your left and right sides, and like waves of flame start moving. You guys are caught between like a pincer of walls of fire, being pushed by wind and just like burning through trees real fast. Your horses are getting nervous and rearing and whinnying. It's not looking or feeling pretty great out there. What do we do? How do we get out of this?
I first hand masks to everyone so they don't die from smoke inhalation.
Good idea.
Thank you.
That's a good idea.
Yells wrong
Except
from
for
like a
Ron.
mile away.
That's a good idea.
Did we see the edge of the forest in any?
Yeah, you're actually the academy isn't surrounded by forest. Once you break out, you're only a few minutes from being out. The problem is the flames. If you can get through these walls, you can ride out pretty easily into the academy. But you are on a timer, which I'm keeping track of in real life, as the flames are closing in around you and getting closer and closer.
Does anybody have any ideas? I can't stop.
Let's see. Wait, Ron, what are you made out of?
Rock.
Just rock?
Do I know what my composition is?
You're basically granite made manifest. Some type of natural granite.
I am made of granite.
How long
Taken
would
from
it take-
a old volcano's heart. That and he goes into a very elaborate explanation of his.
How long would it take to make fire-resistant potions by chance using dark chemistry? Do I know?
Let me put it this way: you can rush it.
That sounds like a good way to get caught on fire.
If you, it's not going to be the most quality potion, but you can give it a shot.
You know, I'm gonna rush it. Rom, is there any like loose pebbles on Rom that's like part of him? Just anything loose or?
Yeah, sure. You pick a pebble.
Yeah.
Made of rock. Yeah.
Oh,
parts of
shit.
rock. Oop,
Wrong.
There goes another one.
Rom, you're fireproof. Your Trestus tree, however.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
you have the
Is there
potion.
water nearby?
Let me do a general check. There is. There's a very small little rivulet of a stream running through.
I make sure to I duck my big brown cloak in it, and then I put it on my tree.
It curls around the cloth, appreciatively. Just a DM note: dark chemistry is not designed to be rushed. You are doing something that should take a couple hours and doing it in a couple minutes.
Oh, I fully realize that.
Okay. Give me an intelligence check.
Oh,
Oh, that's not good.
I'm not drinking that.
What did you get?
I do have a suggestion.
What did you get?
8.
You have potions of fire resistance.
Question mark?
It's
'Cause
getting
let's be honest,
closer
that's what it
and
is.
closer. You have
I would
but a few minutes.
suggest that Rom start pushing down trees to. What
Oh,
do
yeah.
they do? Don't they do like controlled?
I don't think I can set up a fire line in 5
No,
minutes.
no, you can't.
I need dex checks from everyone riding horses. Your horses, some flames nearby let out a whole flash of sparks, and your horses spook and run.
that's an 11 for me.
You hit the ground hard. Take 2 tokens of damage, please.
Yikes.
Brink.
I got a 23.
You land fine. Athena also lands pretty hard. Fucking horses.
Everybody up now.
You're all up.
so
The
I-
horses have dashed. Just like run in panic, and you don't even know where they went, but through some part of the
So
smoke.
I'm going to
With the snow.
Smoke.
Rom goes, so how cozy do you guys want to get with each other?
If you can
As
cover,
close as it takes.
then
I take my cloak off the tree, put the tree in the cloak. Everyone get in. And I will carry
That's-
you guys to safety.
Give me a dex check, Rome. I will give you an advantage
Oh.
because you're not trying to dodge an arrow. You're trying to move steadily through a flame.
That's the first one.
Okay.
Oh God.
Is it bad?
Hopefully I get something better than that.
It's
Good,
technically-
great. Total of a 6.
Okay. You all get through. Everyone is singed. What health are you at?
I'm at full.
Okay, everyone's gonna take a token
Does
of
the-
damage.
Chitin skin help.
Even me?
No, you're fine.
Oh.
The chitin skin is the reason you're not taking more damage. But thank you for reminding me. It's always good to remind me. And then also your snake skin mail helped defend you, Jordan. The Trestus tree you soaked in water, so it was okay. Athena took a little bit of a hit, but she's fine. You all just get a little singed. And you can smell burning hair as you come out the other side of the forest fire, which is raging behind you.
I put my tree back.
It curls around you nervously.
I will pat it.
It just curls around tighter. Oh. Well, I guess this is my lot in life. I'm not to be killed by a grand swords master, but a fucking horse and a shitty forest fire.
Well, nature.
Well, I mean,
Because
I mean that's your weakness here. Is against Swordmaster, you'd be fine. But I mean, I'd love to see you fight that, and I'll just point back at the Inferno.
I think I need to
That's
change
what
my style.
we have. Thank you for getting us out of there.
Thank you, Ron.
No problem. It's kind of what I'm here for.
Now we have.
So, you guys don't. You've come out of these woods already in like the courtyard of the academy. It's already. Sorry. You're already there. This forest must have been a lot closer than from what you. I guess none of you have probably been there. So yeah, sorry. You're in the courtyard of the Southern Academy.
How old are the academies?
I knew you'd ask that. So they're really old, but the Emperor set them up after. He didn't set them up. People set them up after he became like the ruler of the continent. So you've probably heard him talk about them in a frustrated tone, as they keep trying to steal alchemy from him. But you've never been to one, so
Okay.
you've just heard
'cause
of the obnoxious tales of this place.
I think I decided at one point that I stuck around for like it was like I was 15 or Rose was 15 when I went to sleep.
Ooh, that's a good age. That's a good. Now I can know that. Yeah, you've been to this academy. It wasn't for very long, but you've passed through.
Yeah.
It's in a sad state. Buildings are crumbled. The wood in like the supporting beams have rotted away. Where this whole place was floating in like 20 or so, a whole campus like floating above the ground, ladders and like little floating stepping stones everywhere. A floating water, this like floating water feature that was incredibly beautiful. It's all just on the ground. Towers crumbled. You're already in the courtyard, and it's not long before you realize you aren't alone, or at least you weren't supposed to be alone. A good number of corpses lie around you. They are conscript, dead conscript. There's also the scattered armor plates of fallen knights, along with a bunch of pieces of what looks like destroyed golems, which means that there were army of stone soldiers here.
I will look sadly around at the broken architecture and my dead brethren.
For those of you who are in the military, please make an intelligence check.
For those of you what?
Ex-military or current military.
No,
So
not
everyone
me.
but Ron. Yeah.
18.
I'm ex-adventurer.
Yeah. Well, still
Thanks.
adventuring.
Yeah.
This is both of you. You don't have to have much school and strategy. This is the perfect place for an ambush. Drive you out of a forest fire into this courtyard. They would be raining crossbow bolts down on you. Araxium sending in the heavy armor. If these people were alive, they would have slaughtered you, even with Ralma's support. This is a pretty formidable force. 80 corpses. It's a large, heavily armed, well-stocked force. However, there's not a single dead Valkyrie knight here. And no one could have killed this many without losing a man. I mean, there's no remnants or any remains of any Valkyrie troops that you can see. You don't know what killed these people.
Someone corrected their dead.
Could this be the sheriff's work?
We're a bit far from his village, but I suppose anything's possible.
They were busy when I saw them. They killed at very least, hundreds of conscripts in one night.
You don't know if that was in one night. Some of those rings were fresh, but some of them were older.
Anyway, it does bring up the question of who do we have to thank, but I believe we should keep an eye out. Not that we could do much against a force like this, but even...
Watch for some kind of air alchemist and someone with lightning.
Unfortunately, the rainless thunderstorm of heavy, thick, brooding dark clouds and lightning has continued over the Southern Academy.
I'm gonna flip off the sky.
That's
what I did.
It rumbles in return. You guys are all, those of you who are using stimulants to stay awake, which is everyone but Rom, are awake but not feeling good. You will have significant problems doing action checks from this point on. Not significant, but
Well,
you won't be at your best.
we have to find the Zeppelin as soon. With the storm passing us, it may be making a pass, but we shouldn't be out in the open, especially this near the academy.
Yes. At minimum, we should find cover.
So the terrain around you, there is of course the big river, the Fenris River. If you may look at your map, you guys are at the bottom of the inner sea. That little dot at the head of the Fenris River, which travels down to the wild seas. On the to your east is the Ild, flaming, not a huge forest fire, but big enough. There's a forest fire to your east. To your west are huge, long, open, rolling plains. No cover to be found. There is the Southern Academy where you're at, and to your north, there is the Inner Sea, shrouded in mist as always. What are we? What's our plan?
Going back in the forest would be pushing our luck, but going to the academy could
Looks back at the smoldering remnants of the forest. Yeah.
Where are we meeting the ship?
We were supposed to meet it when the storm cleared, but it's staying on for quite a long time, and suspiciously following our location.
Oh, I wonder why.
Suspiciously, and I'll just look up at the sky.
We could make so you guys are standing around the courtyard talking amongst the corpses.
I think we'd move away from the courtyard.
We could make our way across the plains, but it's going to be a long time of travel. By foot,
and that's a long time.
Months. We'll be traveling through many towns, heavy with soldiers.
I do not think that wise.
Yeah. No, it is not.
There's another option, but we don't have the craft for it. Although the inner sea is almost certainly infested as well. We could sail to Greykeep, but I can't imagine these seas being unguarded.
Would be pushing our luck. He's definitely made a navy.
As much as I'd like to visit Greykeep, I can't see how we would get there. Perhaps we follow the sea around the border, avoid towns where we can.
That may be our only option.
Although, and Rom will look around. Was the Academy teleportation paintings around?
You have heard of the gallery. You went there once. It's been a long time since you did, and I guarantee they've done renovations. But you could search the ruins of the Academy for the gallery. There might be teleportation paintings in there.
We might be able to find the gallery, which would give us more options on where to go. In fact, do I recall if there is a painting to Greykeep?
You have never heard of something, but if it did exist, it would be in the gallery. For Jordan, there is a great gallery of paintings kept at both academies. Last season, they discovered, and this was a highly rumored thing, but they discovered it for real, that there was at least a painting that would teleport you from Northern Academy at the top of the Inner Sea to the Southern Academy at the bottom of the Inner Sea, and vice versa. So
we did burn that one, though.
Yeah, that's true. But you are hoping there are more teleportation.
But there's probably another one.
But also, wouldn't Greykeep burn that as the first thing?
Perhaps. Depends on how much Merlin was willing to put into dealing with him.
Well, I think the only option right now is to hope for a teleportation painting.
Yes, but if we move through the academy, we have to not bring ourselves attention. I still have the invisibility potion that you gave to me. I might have to use it. I doubt they're too big on Sidori here, but we also might have to cover Rom's tracks as well.
We'll be mostly inside,
All of you
so
are
we shouldn't
tired
leave.
as-
Oh, sorry. We shouldn't leave too many tracks inside the academy.
It's not about tracks. It's that he's a giant golem.
Ah. That's a good point, I suppose.
No, I take no offense at my existence.
Shall we?
Okay.
Would you mind doing some medical assistance on me, Doctor? Before we begin, I'm afraid I'm a little peaky.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. What's the problem?
She's slashed, stabbed, burned, and she had a pretty nasty fall from that horse. She's very injured, and now that you look at her, you're pretty impressed she's walking. DM note, she is on 2 tokens.
My God, you are injured. Are there any major injuries, or is it all minor, but a lot
Lots of stabs, whereas you got a lot of light slashing wounds. They were like stabbing into her inner organs. She's also got the worst of the fire and the worst of the fall, so some bruises, maybe a fracture, a lot of slashing and piercing wounds.
Can't do anything about the bruises, but I can heal the fracture. Wait, where's the fracture?
She fell pretty hard on her left arm.
So I will use a Sidari bandage on her left arm, and then just stitch and bandage and clean her wounds on her stomach.
You take some time, and she's feeling much, much better. Thank
Close to me. I worry for you.
Normally, it wouldn't be necessary, but I think today it might be. Let's move. I'd rather find this painting sooner rather than later. And
Absolutely.
do we have any idea what killed these troops?
I'm gonna look around and see what wounds they have.
Me too.
Give me... Okay, actually, no, you didn't need an insight check. This is a simple action. You guys were pretty, like, shell-shocked from the forest fire, you know, and you've been running and trying to solve strategies. You didn't really get, like, the clearest look at these bodies. Now you do. The corpses have been killed in various different ways. Some have had their throats torn out. Some seems to have been ripped, like literally grabbed and torn. It's all very grisly, almost animal-like. Although you wouldn't want to meet the animal that just killed this many heavily armed and armored troops. You can smell Araxium. This wasn't that long ago. Maybe a couple hours ago? This is pretty fresh. These people are badly beaten. And give me... I want intelligence checks from everyone.
20.
Okay.
13.
Okay.
Oh shit, we're almost smarter than Dr. Lushane.
You
Yeah.
got 20, right?
Yeah.
18.
Okay. This is a pretty hard one to crack.
And
Kiliana,
Remus is smarter than all of them.
Kiliana passes it. You do some math with some of the signet rings that you found. This force, the force here, about 80 dead. That's including Army of Stone. This is about half the force that should have been here, if you are keeping track of the signet rings math right for how many each of them commands. There should be about 160 dead soldiers here if all of them are wiped out. There are 80 dead left unaccounted for.
When you say bite marks, do you mean, like, does it look like an animal? Or...
Whatever.
This is missing from some of the guys.
This is the bite marks. You can't imagine what would have done this, because these aren't clean tears. Animals have various different types of bites. Some of them are to tear away flesh, which are traditionally scavengers. Other of them have like serrated teeth, like great whites, which are their entire job is to just tear a wound so the target bleeds. This looks like someone just grabbed, or with a huge maw of teeth, just tore a chunk of flesh. You can find some of these around, laying around. Like, this was to kill, not to eat. This was to kill. And some of these deaths would not have been quick.
Hmm.
Long,
This is nasty
long
business.
stroke his lichen beard.
Either way, I'm not sure if we should be thanking our saviors or not, or if this was just an act of nature.
I have a bad feeling
Violent.
that we might find out.
I don't think we can afford to. We have to move into the academy.
I think that's a wise idea. Let's go quickly. Whatever came out here could be back.
And Remus is like doing his best to cover up his chitin.
Okay.
I give him my big cloak.
Yes.
Nathan,
Yes.
is it okay if we go to the Pendragon Zone real quick?
Certainly. Ooh, I know you're gonna ask. Okay. Hello.
Hello. Do these seem to match the teeth of my sister?
You are aware that there's no way her mouth is big enough to produce these wounds.
Okay. Because I'm just making some connections now, like, why would the Dream Alchemist be after my sister unless she was killing a bunch of conscripts?
I will add, your sister's teeth could not have possibly produced these wounds.
Okay.
However, it has been about 3 years since you last saw her.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think we have much of a choice.
Hey, I'm still doing good on hit points, which is good.
Or Athena draws her blade, and y'all enter into...
I go
the
first,
academy.
because everyone else is severely wounded.
You push open the door, and it's pretty heavily overgrown. Like, these cobwebs are everywhere. As you open the door, a thick layer of dust kind of wafts up, and you see insects scurrying to their places as the light fills the room.
It was such a beautiful city in the past. Such a beautiful piece of architecture.
It's a shame. I never saw it, but I heard about it. My people
Not quite, but
always hoped for something like this. I know they would have wished to seen it before it fell.
Let's see if I.
unfortunately we have no time.
Yes. Let's see if I remember the way. I'm gonna try to find my way to the gallery.
Give me an intelligence check.
That's a total of 9.
The way is very unclear. You were here a long time ago. You have no idea what renovations. It's all.
In 2,000 years.
It's also in ruins. So you basically were like, I remember there were paintings somewhere, but you don't
I think it
really
was
know.
down.
During all this time, Remus is having every one of his senses on like high,
Give me an insight check, please, then.
and that's at disadvantage, right? Because of the
Yeah, you guys
sleep.
are still on your stimulant, so everyone will be doing disadvantage checks. All the organics.
Yeah.
Okay, let's.
And you can just type roll 2d20, by the way.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It's a lot easier.
$11.
This place is just pretty destroyed. I mean, there's not much left of what you've read about. It's absolutely infested with bugs. Pretty disgustingly so. But yeah, you're not having a great time.
I'm gonna continue to look.
As you guys are moving along, you see a pathway before you, like a corridor heading straight ahead, and there are stairs downwards.
Do I recall it being below?
With that intelligence check, I'll tell you, you're not going to really recall anything about this, anything for this session.
Do the Sidari spy networks have a general idea?
If you ever saw out of the corner of your eye a map for this place, I don't know why you'd have any reason to remember it.
I mean, I was going to this area.
But this
Not
is
this
one
specific, but
location
yeah.
on a single continent.
Yeah.
I mean,
fair.
that's like
Yeah.
allies invading Germany and they come across a church and someone's like, oh, this is one of my 10,000 maps that I looked at. Like, you wouldn't look at every area on the continent.
Yeah.
I'm sure Sudar has
Yeah.
a map of this place, but you do not have access to it.
Let's just go down. I mean, I just like.
Worst comes to
It's
worst,
changed
the
so
building
much.
collapses in on us and we all die.
That's a
I'll be
positive
fine.
thought. Yeah, Ron's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Glass half full, I always like to say. Downwards and deeper, I suppose.
How's the bug concentration?
Is it dark?
Yeah, I guess the stairway's definitely dark. The corridor seems to be a little lighter, but the stairway, you guys are gonna need some sort of light source. There's
I
been
think
like cracks
my
in the wall
yield-
previously.
My ye old glow stick.
Yes, ye olde glow sticks. You shake those up, light, like kind of pale greenish bluish light from these tubes. And you
Didn't
head
I
down.
break one at one point and it's just like on my hand?
No, I think Annalisa broke one over one of her goblins
that
who
was-
we
that
lovingly
was
call
that.
Torchy.
Who's still alive?
I'm
He
pretty
is
sure
still
you drank
alive.
it.
He's a legend.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
The pale light does not make this place seem more wholesome as you go on and on and on and on. This stairway just goes forever, it feels like. Everyone, please give me a knowing check.
No, I'm good at this.
At disadvantage for knowing?
Yes, disadvantage for the organics.
Oh, I got both threes.
Got 17.
Okay,
20.
nice.
I rolled low.
This stairway shouldn't go this far down into the earth. You remember looking at the ruins. There's no reason for the ruins to go underground. There's something unnatural about this place. This architecture is abnormal. It's not quite right. It's not following all the rules.
Can I take a gander at what rules it is following?
This staircase seems to be going on, like you've gone down 10 stories of stairs. This was a few-story ruin, and why would it go underground if it fell from the sky to land on the ground? That doesn't make sense.
Something is wrong.
Do we need to turn back?
I do not know.
One of us could go scouting.
Wait, quiet. I hear something. We need to turn back now.
Okay.
What is it?
Something's down. Something's saying it's a. This is the string.
I didn't hear anything.
Well, I did. I'm turning back.
I did as well.
Okay. We'll turn back then.
You start heading back up the stairs?
I'm imagining it is a reverse treadmill situation.
Yep.
You get to the top at the same point. It's a 10 flights of stairs. But once you get to the top, you're in a different place than where you began. It's darker here,
Great.
and it's a lot more infested. There is rot and mold covering the walls, and the kind of thick, heavy fungus growing in the corners, and you see big spiders like crawling in between the cracks of the wall as your light kind of scares them away. This
Yep,
place
we're
is
gonna have to light it on fire.
absolutely horrific. It's just absolutely disgusting. The ceiling's significantly lower, so much so that Rome has to hunch, and everyone's kind of hunching down. It seems there's only one way forward, and the staircase behind you.
What were the 4 demons that Merlin summoned? Death, war, famine,
Like,
plague.
I could not save them. That's what the whisper is saying. But I believe one was called the puppeteer. Not the puppeteer, but he's something with puppets. We need to keep moving forward. The worst decision we can make is make no decision at all.
I agree.
Let's
But
go
I
then.
need to go first. I will go first. I'm going to draw star test.
You barely have the space to draw it, but you do so. Everyone prepares their weapons.
Gonna be a lot of thrusting attacks.
I think so. As you're moving forward, the ceiling slopes lower and lower and lower. You can look at the walls and see the walls are covered in tiny little holes. Almost as if the wall has been like aerated. It's pretty disturbing, especially as you see like little worms and creatures crawling in between the holes. And a couple times you look and you almost see the place moving a little bit, as if the walls are breathing. But it's just your imagination. Soon the ceiling is too low to stand up, and all of you are on all fours crawling unless you would like to turn back.
So Ralm is on his stomach.
Yes.
Ralm will be using attacks with the tree. The tree will be attacking for Ralm.
Should we turn around? I don't...
Does there seem to be like a door or light or anything?
It's
in
just
sight?
a long corridor. Just covered in insects and arachnids and fungus, and it's pretty horrible.
Get me a lighter.
I wish we had a pyromancer right about now. Are we moving on ahead?
I'm convinced that going back, if we try to go back, we'll just end up going forward again.
I have a similar feeling.
Let's move forward then.
I suggest you cover up the best you can.
Me?
Quiet.
I don't hear anything.
It said something again. We need to get out of here now. If that means going through this thing wrong, keep going forward.
Let's go.
It wants help, but this is a bad omen.
What does it sound like?
Couldn't save him, it wants help. It's almost robotic, mechanic.
Please help him, save him. What in God's name is that?
Let's move forward.
Have I heard of anything like
Save
this,
him.
Nathan?
Please help him. Help him. You've never heard of anything like this.
Okay.
You all continue crawling forward, wriggling on your hands and knees. And soon,
I'm trying to smash as many insects as I can as I go.
soon as Ralm is crawling forward, he's stopped. You can no longer move forward at all. And suddenly all of you feel the walls and floors and ceiling closing in around you, hugging you, almost as if you're sliding down the esophagus of some great stony rotten creature, all of you being pressed and closed together.
I
You
will
feel the
push
things crawling over you as you lie there absolutely helpless.
Why are you here?
Do I recognize this voice?
You do not.
Okay.
New playthings, I see. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous.
Who are you?
I won't fail you. I won't fail you. fail you. I won't fail you. I won't fail you.
As the voice hums, you all slowly, in the same way your throat like kind of pushes food down, the walls undulate, and you're moved farther and farther down. Slowly the hallway tilts, moving steeper and steeper until it's an angle, and you are all sliding down this hallway, which is suddenly slick with gore, as you all slide down and slam into the ground below. Everyone take 2 tokens of damage, including Ralm, who hits and part of his hip shatters a little bit. Athena cries out, God damn it! Pick up a sword, bastard, and we'll see how this ends.
Athena, just lay down for a second. Let me tell you.
I'm going to keep watch, and I'm going to be looking for movement.
Yeah. I'm with Rom.
You're in a small corridor, which seems to only go 2 ways. The thin esophagus that you've just slid down above you, and before you, a long corridor. This time clinically clean. White marbled, not white, but a kind of a brighter gray. Clean marble that is just moving. It seems to go on for about 20 feet and then take a right. That you cannot see what is behind. You don't know what is lighting this area. You don't see any torches or lights, but some light seems to almost emanate from this strange stone itself.
I will kind of speak down the corridor. Who did you fail?
There is no response.
Are you alright, Athena?
I've done better, I must admit, but I'll be okay. We need to move. I think we may have found what wiped out those soldiers.
I agree. Unfortunately, there's no way forward, and at the moment, we're kind of at this thing's mercy.
Have any of you seen anything like this before? Roll, maybe in your adventures?
Nothing like this, Nathan?
The one thing that you've been through a few dungeons, and you're aware that dungeons are actually living creatures, kind of very odd magical creatures. Dungeons have the same ability to change their geography. Whenever a great master of magic or any other creature that creates dungeons creates them, they design them with this sort of maze-like geography, and a similar strategy that you can't really go back in a dungeon. They're designed to pretty much not instantly kill, but be very difficult to retreat from. The only way, once you've entered a dungeon, and you guys all know, I guess you've never done a dungeon before, Jordan.
Yeah.
But that in my system, you have to go forward. There are different ways to go forward, but retreating dungeons are built to deter from that. Now, this isn't a dungeon. It doesn't have traps, it doesn't really seem to have monsters or challenges, but the structure of this Southern Academy reminds you of one.
Do I recall anything about something being under the Southern Academy?
No. It floats. So you guys have never heard of anything underneath. There are lots of crazy things in the Academy, but
It is similar to a dungeon, but it is not. It is something else. I do not know. It bewilders me.
Nathan, how long would it take to heal Remus, Athena, and I?
Completely?
Not completely. No, just quick.
You're running into the limit of your equipment's capabilities to help wounds. You can patch people up, but I mean, there's not much you can really do. Everyone needs time or magic. You can top people up, but that's pretty much it.
Do you mind standing guard? We need to.
Not at all, but... Actually, have any of you been in a dungeon before?
And by the way, speak.
What?
Never mind. It just keeps on saying it.
I don't know if any of you have been in a dungeon before, but the longer you take, the harder it can be.
We need to heal.
We're going to rest up. And
do so. I will stand guard.
I don't know where you are. I don't know where we are. We get it. You will not fail. But I don't think we will be having dreams invaded by outside voices, at least. We need to be at our peak if we do this.
On most circumstances, I would agree. If you guys think it is for the best, I will stand guard.
Thank you, Ron.
Of no concern.
And with that, Remus attempts to go to sleep.
I don't know how long that chemical stimulant was supposed to last, so I'm just gonna do a general check to see if you guys can fall asleep. Yes, you can all rest.
Ralm stands guard.
The rest is pretty... It's not great. You're on hard concrete floor in a well-lit place. You're pretty tired, but you just can't get a good rest here. It's it's a couple hours. You get a nap, but it's not gonna heal you because you need some time for your body to just heal things. I mean, you're feeling a little better. You're not gonna have that disadvantage anymore, and you are not on the stimulant.
That is the main thing. I believe we have to move forward. Rom, you seem to have experience in this department. Would you mind leading the...
Not at all. And I will walk down the brightly lit corridor.
Okay. The 20 feet are pretty non-eventful. None of you checked for traps.
And then we checked for traps.
Okay. It's good. We're not in this corridor. But I wouldn't rule that out. You turn the corridor and see an odd sight. The hallway has opened up into a large room, about 100 foot by 100 foot. It is full of statues, seemingly of the same woman in different situations. None of them seem a couple of them are happy. She's quite beautiful. But they're happy, sad, angry. A lot of them are weeping. And they seem to be mourning.
Do I recognize this woman?
None of you have ever seen this woman before.
I believe something's in an emotion occurred. We hear whispers of both a man and a woman. The woman for only fleeting, but I could not save it. I don't trust this room, and I immediately look around the statues for any trap space.
Give me an insight check. Give me that insight check.
That's a nat 20.
Oh, nice.
Give me a crit check.
That was almost, but 25 total.
Okay. There are no traps in this room, although you do find an illusion wall. You're kind of like looking around, you put your hand on a wall to make sure there's no plates, then your hand goes right through. And I wish I could had camera for this. Oh, never mind. I guess.
Can I just say stop out?
Can you what? Sorry?
Oh, sorry. I thought it was something else.
No. There is a pedestal at the side of the room with a small, with an item there. I don't get to do the visual thing because we don't have visuals. But I have the D&D Magic Item Compendium book. And I'm flipping to a random page, and I will pick an item and convert it to our system. This is the first time we've done this season.
Hey guys, who wants it to be a ring?
Oh. Okay. Well, this is worth 3,600 GP in 5th edition. It's a really... Wow. Okay. What the hell? Whoa.
You got something good.
Oh, it's weird. I like the weird ones. It's bad. I don't like when it's like, what's a flaming sword? It's like, give me something fucking weird. That's what I'm interested in. Okay.
It's an ice sword.
Ridiculous. Whoa. Okay. Wow. Okay, I've converted it into an item for my system. You see a small square of folded cloth. Black cloth. The darkest cloth, the darkest you've ever seen this color. It literally looks like someone just
I think I
edited
know what
that
this
part of the
is.
world out.
I'm pretty sure I know what this is.
Text me.
As a person.
In private. I've gotta know. If it is the item that it is, I did just change it very drastically, but I use it as an idea base. It is a small black cloth. Very fitting for this environment, actually. Now that I think about it, that was a good random pick. Oh, I'm so excited to tell you. Oh, Jack,
Remus.
I'm gonna take you to the pen.
Did I get it?
I'm gonna take you to the pen drawing.
Oh, really?
It's like a crazy version of what you texted me about, and I changed it to be even crazier.
Oh, nice.
I did change it, but it was based off. You were right.
I pretty much got it right now.
Yeah, you did.
I'm very pleased with myself.
Well, Remus picks up the cloth with his sword first, and then cautiously,
Nothing seems to happen as it touches the sword.
kind of inspects it, then drops it into his hand.
You feel. Give me a knowing check, please.
14.
Something's odd or different about this cloth, but you don't know what it is. Nothing seems to happen when you
Rom
touch
will
it.
examine it.
I'll kind of hold it out.
Have a strange black cloth. Oh, you want roll? Rom can examine it now. Yeah, give me a roll.
29.
Oh,
This, as you look into the cloth, you look with true eyes, with true knowing, and you look and you see, just for a second, as if there were faces in the cloth, as if there were people trapped within it. You don't know what this does, but it is a dark item, and it seems like it is. There's something inside of this thing.
This is some kind of containment. There's something inside of it. It is not a good thing.
Would you like to hang on to it then? Keep it in safe hands?
As the most durable of all of you, I think that is a good idea. Okay, I just have black containment cloth in my inventory now.
What?
And then
are you guys doing anything else in this room?
I'm looking at the statues to see if there's like almost tell a story based on the woman's kind of like.
That's a good idea. I wish that was true. No, they don't seem to tell
Nathan
any
adds
story.
that as a note.
No, they do not tell any stories.
Is there another door out of the room? Or
Yes, at the other end. There's a pathway through the statues. It's very thin. You kind of have to push through a couple of them, but
Rom's like going sideways.
I check for traps at that door though.
give me an insight check, sir.
9.
There are no traps.
I will look for traps as well.
You're
Give
good
me an
to
insight
go.
check.
18.
There are no traps.
Okay, I feel better.
Welcome to your first "There are no traps," Jordan. there are many. Okay.
Whatever Nathan says, there's no traps. We've just assumed we haven't rolled high enough to find it.
The door is just there before you.
Stand back, and I will open the door.
It opens out into a long, not a super long hallway, about 30 feet long. There are a lot of slots in the side of the walls. Quite
Look at the
large,
floor
around 5
for,
foot
pressure
tall and 6 inches wide each one. There's got to be 30 on each side.
Without moving my whole body into the room, I just put 1 foot in and press on the floor.
There are no pressure plates as far as you've just examined, at least not in the first spot.
I'll stick star test through, so it passes by those slots.
Nothing. You're not sticking it into the slot, right? You're sticking it just like down
No.
the hallway. There's no reaction.
Well, I hope I'm not torn to pieces, and I take a step into the hallway.
Nothing happens.
Okay, I'm going to continue on warily.
Okay.
I follow him.
Okay. Is everyone heading into this hallway?
Yes.
Okay.
This is going to be one of those things where we get to the end and then we have to escape through all the danger.
As the last of you passes
You
the
mean like the
threshold,
last?
the door quietly closes behind you, and you hear as the lock snaps into place. It's not a huge door. It's a pretty thick wooden door, but it's not like stone or steel.
I would be able to get through with
Yes.
some effort.
There is a fine oaken door at the end of the hallway. You haven't heard any locking sound from that. As you're moving along the hallway, you all get this terrible feeling down the back of your spine as fingers pull hands out of the slots in the walls, long arms, like twice as long as you think they should be. Each with like little scalpels, slowly. Now they're not charging at you. Every single slot has an arm or two. Again, twice the length. Each forearm is twice the length, and each like upper arm is twice the length. Reaching out with really long fingers. They look like human hands, but there's lots of stitches and additions. They are reaching for you with the scalpels. Some of them have little pincers. Not trying to stab you. It doesn't look like they're trying to cut you, but not trying to kill you, or at least if they're trying to kill you, they're going very slowly.
Organics to the door, and I'm going to start hacking the arms apart because I'm pretty much immune to them.
As you hack your first arm, you hear a and the arms all like stop. And now they move quite quickly. Everyone dex checks. I'm assuming you're just blasting through them, right, Rolm?
Yeah, no, I'm no subtlety here.
Okay, gotcha. Give me dex checks for the organics, please.
9.
Should I give a
13?
strength check?
No, you're fine. You're cutting through them. They're pretty flimsy. Okay, you guys each get a little slice from a scalpel on your skin.
Now, do they get through the scam mail or the chitin skin?
They're gonna keep trying until they do, but you've just failed the dex check. So a bunch of them slide off your armor. One of them gets under the cheek of your face, and as soon as the scalpel has gotten the blood on it, all the hands stop attacking Brink. The same as when they get Athena.
I try to cut that one off.
Give me a dex check. They get Athena, and they also get Dr. Luciane.
I try to cut the scalpels that injured them.
Give me a dex check disadvantage. They're moving pretty quick now
Dex?
they've got the blood. Dex check disadvantage. This is speed.
Oh.
You have no problem
This
cutting
is-
through.
this is-
Could we try to
this-
cut
this is-
Yeah,
oh,
everyone give
well,
me dex checks
that's-
with disadvantages.
That's a total of a 4.
Okay, you have no chance. They're too fast. You
So,
have to get
yeah.
above a 14 to pass this, by the way.
I got a 15.
Nice,
I
you
got an
cut
8.
yours off. What'd you get?
8.
Okay, yours gets away, and Athena...
And I pick
She's
up the
fine.
scalpel with my blood on it and put it in my back pocket.
Give me a dex check. One of them is going to try to steal it. Shit, I didn't do great.
15.
Okay, it tries to steal, you just hack off the arm. It looks like Dr. Luciane's blood and Athena's blood got away.
I'm going to break the door.
The door back or the door forward? The door forward,
Door forward.
you just easy, simple action. You just bash it down. It wasn't locked, by the way, but
Well,
you've made an entrance.
if there wasn't an entrance, there now is one.
Ooh, I should have checked if actually multiple. Actually, no, fair enough. Never mind. you guys all kind of stumble through the door, a little perturbed, and you have entered into a very tight, long corridor. You guys are all gonna have to be like scraping by on your this corridor is not made of the nice marble. It's made of actually like a bunch of stone, of rough stone, like someone just mined this area. And you're gonna have to be sliding along with your chest pressed against the wall to get through here.
So I can't fit.
Rolm cannot fit.
Can I check for traps?
Give me an insight check.
7.
There are no traps.
I'm going
Plus
to check
5
for
in,
traps.
so it's not heavy.
And
me
I
that
also check for traps.
Yeah, sure. I'll let you all examine. You don't get it in one-
17.
Okay.
20.
Oh, you found it. God damn it, Jordan. It's very hard to notice, but there's a very light film of clear chemical on this. You don't know what it is, but just being scraped by this wall as you're sliding by, this would have gotten on your guys' skin. You don't know what it does, but you can presume it would not be pleasant.
There's some kind of chemical there. I can't tell what it is, though. Can I take out my dream dagger and put that chemical in the syringe? Part of it?
Yes, you can. Give me a dexterity check, please.
5.
Okay. You have it in your dagger.
Cool.
What are you guys thinking? So you have no idea what this chemical does, Doctor?
Not really. Unless someone wants to volunteer their skin, I don't think I can test it right now.
I
Really?
would volunteer, but I don't think it would work.
Are there any, insects around that I could test it on?
This actually, once you've gone down the esophagus, you all are there's not been any infestation.
Oh.
It's all been pretty clear, pretty medical, honestly. Like cleaner than some of the laboratories you've worked in.
Oh.
Have I seen what this? Have I ever? Can I tell what this chemical does in any way, or?
Give
Or
me an
might do.
intelligence check. Honestly, this is just to see
Got
if you
it.
get a crit. This is a pretty crazy one.
Yeah,
Not if you get a crit. You'd have to get pretty high then.
it's 15.
No, never heard of it. And it's hard to react. Like, it's a clear chemical, so it's kind of sticking to the wall. It's just you'd have to be pretty masterful to know what it does. You've never seen it before, which was your only hope. Like, if you had seen something on your adventures, like something like that. But
Yeah, I mean, this is the only way I was going to be able to do anything.
I'm tapping the wall with my sword in the room we're in, not against the chemical wall,
Mhm.
just a regular one. See if there's also any illusionary walls or just ways out, alternative paths.
doesn't seem to be any illusion walls.
Hmm.
Everyone give me a knowing check, please.
Oh, I'm good at this one.
19.
That is
Nice.
a 16.
That is a 26.
Wow, all of you pass. Except at the... No, she did great. Wow, I'm impressed with all of you.
Big brain.
You hear something, not in the traditional way, not with your ears, but you sense something. I will let you through. I will help you if you can help him. Please. I will help you if you can help him. I will help you if you can help him.
We will do our
I
best
will
to help
you
him.
if you can help him.
I will help you if
Let's go.
I believe we have. Believe that's why we're here.
Would you swear to it? Would you swear to it? Would you swear in the old tongue, in the oldest tongue? Would you promise lying tongues binding the words to your swords? Would you swear to it? Would you swear to it? Would you swear to it?
Would you swear to it?
Would you swear to? Would you swear in the old tongue to protect us as well as you?
He is beyond me. He has betrayed me. He is beyond me. He has betrayed
Who?
me. Him.
Can Ralm
Help me.
Ralm in the old tongue. If Ralm can do this in the old tongue, I'd like to. I know he can't officially speak in the old tongue, but it works a little bit better if he can for this at least. He goes, "I swear, I will use all of my power to help him if it is within it."
Give me a knowing check, just Ralm.
That's a natural 1.
Oh. Give me a critical check, sir.
No
Okay.
critical.
Okay.
So total of 13.
The voice fades. You feel like you were on the verge of something, but the voice fades. Incidentally, the walls that were so close together, almost in like a liquid way, in the same way water falls back to the ground, the walls just suddenly, or more like waves, like moving back away from a shore, the stone walls like move backwards, giving you hundreds of feet of space actually on each side, opening up a huge area, and you can see at the end a big gate, about 20 foot tall, huge oak, like the gate to some great keep.
I believe we have no choice.
Yes. And I will walk towards the gate.
As you guys are about halfway through the room, the walls, not aggressively, but slowly start getting closer and closer.
And then we move faster.
Yes. You get to the gate. It's heavy and old. And the wood... no, it doesn't creak as it open. In fact, it's almost strange that it doesn't. Someone must have someone's keeping this gate in good condition. The doors, the heavy doors designed to hold back battering rams, swing slowly inward. And there before you is quite the sight. It's a huge room made of the white clear marble, which makes it look again clinical in this bright white clean clear sense. However, that clearly juxtaposes with what is filled with the room. Limbs dangle from long chains hanging from the ceiling, and big cages. Mangled corpses are just piled on top of each other. There's a great blood-spattered work table standing there. And there's just, this whole place is spattered in gore. There are all these tools like pliers, and you see a huge amount of wire, like big spools of very thin wire, and lots of needles, like littered about like sewing needles. Great big scissors and cleavers and hacking tables. This is some sort of horrid butcher's shop, mixed with a craftsman shop. And as you step inside this gore-splattered room, all of the lights go out.
Even the glowstone.
Yeah, I pull out my glow tube.
The room is now lit by the pale green light, not making it any more pleasant. And it doesn't seem to light as much as it should. Looking around,
I think I have a theory.
you think you see something moving.
Why have you come here?
To help you.
I think I have a theory about who this is. Oh God.
I couldn't save them. I couldn't save them. Even with all my gifts. even with the gift, I couldn't save them. I couldn't save them. So who are you to save me?
I am someone who got a second chance.
You don't know anything. What do you know? Golem from the north. I have seen blood and fire and death. Who are you to help me when I couldn't save them?
Who was it you could not save?
I, with all my books and all my learning and years, I couldn't give them a damn help in the battle of their lives.
Lothar?
That's
Ladrian.
I haven't gone by in a long time. Yes, I think I was called Lothar once. What a sad and miserable wretch that must have been. Because I couldn't save them. All my gifts and all my years, and they just melted away. Oh, I couldn't save them. I couldn't save them. But I won't fail again. I won't fail again. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. But see, you're all helping me more than you thought you would anyways. You're contributing part of the fund. Part of the, part of the deal. Thank you.
You continue to see more movement out of the corner of your eye. No idea what it is. No idea what is moving around in the dark here.
You see, he's doing his job to help as well. He's made a lot of mistakes, came a little late to the game, but he'll make it up in the end. Won't you? Won't you?
Won't you? Come on, my little mad prince.
Rom will wince
Do
at
your
that.
work. Moving into the light of your glow sticks, you see a strange patchwork man sewn together. His mouth sewn shut. And mockingly, a crown placed upon his head. His hair is bedraggled. His eyes are maddened and crazy. He is moving stutteringly towards you. Extra human limbs have been sewn on, giving him several arms and several legs as he moves, almost spider-like, crawling towards you as a group.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce my pet Ladrian, the Mad Prince, the one who failed almost as badly as I did. I may have lost my talent for gifts, however.
Ladrian, with 8 arms, draws 8 long blades.
I have new gifts than I can give.
Rom will take a step towards Ladrian.
Ladrian looks at you, and you see other eyes added on, like one underneath his chin on the skin of his neck. You see one on the back of one of his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in combat. Ladrian lurches towards you, rushing, leaping with all, however many legs he has, attacking Rom. Everybody, put your thinking caps on.
I will draw my sword.
Okay, bam.
And
Give
defend
me a
myself.
strength check.
That is a total of a 25.
Okay. It's Ladrian's blades just like deflect off of you 100 different ways. I mean, like he's using swords against a golem. It doesn't seem
Not the most
not very effective. He spiderly kind of climbs up onto your back, pressing his mouth like against the fold of your neck. And you feel something on on that like crease as he skitters off of you and rushes towards the rest.
Rom, you have to pin him down now.
I will, and I'm going to try to kind of almost body slam Ladrian into the ground.
You need to do a dex check. This is speed. Like you need to be fast enough. And he's pretty quick. Oh, he did just roll a natural 1. So
yeah, but I got a -1.
Yeah. You just like jump
He
onto
doesn't
the
have to do the
ground
crit
and
check.
slam into the floor. Ladrian skitters. Now you also are all dealing with very limited light, by the way. So if he breaks your glow tubes, then you're done. Well, you'll just be blind until you get a new one. But I don't believe you telling me you had any more than the ones you were using. So unless you make more, this is what you've got. So don't let him break your lights. He spiders on over to you, Brink. Give me a dex check. I just have to beat it with one of my...
I got an 11.
Okay, that's not doing anything. You block like several of his hands, but again, I get to do 8 attacks basically to see if I hit you. You block a couple blows, 2 of them strike you, one of them deflects off your armor, the other one gets to take 2 tokens of damage as one of them kind of manages to get between some of your armor.
Okay. And we need to distract him long enough for Rom to grab him.
I get a turn for each one of you. So that's 2 of you. It is going to, as it sees you're pretty tough, it moves over to Athena, who it strikes at. Athena is very weak, and it sees that it can overwhelm her. She's defending herself well, but it's actually just going to stick at her and do its other turn on her. And it's just battering her over and over and over again. There's a sword stroke down, and it gets past her guard. There's a huge slash down. She is almost dead, and it's still attacking her. She cries out as she's definitely going to lose that eye. Okay, I think it's going to actually...
Am I allowed to talk to Lothar during this time?
Sure, it is now your guys' turns, and we will go down in the chat. And again, I get a reaction for each one of you. Brink, your turn.
Remus is going to keep up in his defensive stance, and he's going to try to address Lothar. Is this what you want? Is this the way to fight him?
I will not fail them. I will not fail them. I will not fail them.
You can't think about the past. Is this what your mother would want? Is this what Eugene would
Don't
want?
talk about her. Shut up.
Is this what Eugene would want?
How fucking dare you say that name? I was just going to gather you before. But now I'll take my time. Rip and tear and bite and gnaw until I get what I need.
There's still people you have to protect.
I think
I've met
that-
Tristan.
That is your turn for now.
Okay.
Each turn is about... oh, shit. Each turn is about 6 seconds, by the way. Just so you don't have much time. Jack, it is your turn. You pick yourself up from trying to body slam Ladrian.
I will move towards Ladrian.
Okay. He's battering down Athena, who is DM note on 1 token.
I'm going to basically, with almost not, I'm not trying to cut him quite. I'm almost trying to use the star test as a bat and just try to hit him away.
Okay.
And go, for the friendship I had with your father, who always wished for a son.
Ooh, so you say that?
Yes.
That stuns it. You don't even have to roll. As you look over, you say that Ladrian, like, and you bat it with the flat of your blade, flinging Ladrian across the room and out of your sign of light. Like you can't see where he went, but you hear a clang as he presumably hit like a cage or something in the corner.
That's what I was saying, and I will say, if I can, I will return you to your mind. If I cannot, I will return you to your father.
Oh, fuck yeah. You get, okay, DM inspiration point. Add an advantage. You get an advantage for one roll, whatever roll you want.
And his dex become his strength for run rolls?
You could do whatever you want. An advantage on any one roll for the session at your choice. Okay, it is your turn, Jordan.
I think I take out my transparency potion and drink that.
Okay, you take it and you turn transparent like glass.
And then, I don't know if I have time, but I would like to put a Sudari bandage on Athena.
She has already taken one, I believe. It'll work a little bit, but this is pretty much the last time it's gonna help. It's just gonna... after that, they're just usual bandages. So, she's feeling a little better, but not much. Just get that fucking thing away from me.
You need to stand up, Athena.
You're right, I do. She gets on her feet and draws her blade. Blood dripping down on the cut, like literally down her right eye. She like pulls out with her bare hands, rips out the remnant of the right eye, and just like throws it on the ground and spits.
Ew.
This isn't how I fucking end. And it is her turn. She like gets in a fighter stance and waits. And fucking Athena! Ladrian leaps from the darkness. She dodges beneath and just severs two of his arms off as he falls to the ground. She leaps on top. God damn, she's so good. She gets on his back and just stabs down into like the back of his chest, opening up like a foot of flesh with her blade. Take that. I think we're almost even. It is my turn.
You can surrender if you want, not the Sudari. He's going to pay. But the rest of you, if you give in easily, it won't be as bad. In fact, some even tell me it feels pleasurable. You can just let me. Just let me.
Ladrian begins to heal, and you now see the kind of perversion of the original Lothir's gift, which was alchemy and pure, and kind of just knitted you back together with the power of your own body. This time you see little creatures like skittering out of the wounds, like knitting the wound close together the old-fashioned way. Literally just binding it with some sort of insect glue as the wound is being healed. While Athena still has her blade in the chest of Ladrian. Ladrian's head turns 180 degrees. And his arms rotate as well, and he just stabs at her. She lunges backwards off of him, avoiding him deftly, but her blade is still in him, and he is advancing on her. She is not
I point at Ladrian and say, no, you will fight me, or no one else.
Give me a knowing check, please.
I have my sword out. Does it give me the bonus?
I will for this, honestly. Normally I wouldn't, but
That's a 34.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
You feel a strange power, and as you say the words no, silvery script traces itself in the air. You have a new stat, sir. You have a stat called Elder, which is your new stat. Your Elder is at -5.
Alright.
Actually, sorry, it's at -10 right now. It's very,
that's
very
a
low.
lot worse.
Yeah. But hey, it makes you feel better. Most people don't have an elder stat, so
And this is fair play. There's a negative infinity.
the script traces itself in the air, and Ladrian stops like a little barrier. It seems to stop Ladrian, who turns around, all the limbs and head rotating around. You see like the sockets of the knees pop backwards into new positions as he starts to move on over each of his legs, finding new position and purchase on the ground.
Alright.
Ladrian like kind of growls and screeches at you, not seeming to make much sense.
He's gone. His mind was destroyed when he faced Merlin. A coward. A fool. But he is strong
What
blood.
is destroyed can be rebuilt. What is lost can be found. What was shattered can be reforged anew.
But it will not stay the same, and thus I have reforged Ladrian into a new soul. And here he stands before you, quite formidable, no? The
thing
What is
that
the point? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, you get the thing that Ladrian spit onto your neck. You can feel it growing into you. It's some organic mass that is starting to separate the stones from your body and like slowly pick them away. It's not doing this by like strength. It's actually just growing into you, almost like he put a root into you.
I tell the tree to remove it.
It's gonna start fighting and start picking at it. You take, by the way, 3 tokens of damage from this
Alright.
root. The tree's starting to pick it out, and the roots fighting it is battle of the trees on your back currently.
Yes.
They're like slowly picking at each other. The tree's like trying to wrap around parts. They're in this like tree jujitsu sort of fight right now.
That's
tree
pretty much
jutsu.
all I wanted.
Okay, great.
It is all over. I can fight forever. However,
I just look off into the darkness and say, what is the point of defeating a demon if you become one yourself?
God damn it, you took my line.
You've got some good lines.
Roll's kind of a badass.
There is pause at that.
if that is the only way, so be.
Please, you have to help him. He needs you. Please, I couldn't do anything. You have to help him. Come find me, please. Please.
Wait, did the female voice just say, come and find me?
I don't know. What did you hear?
We need to know where you are. And we need to know how to help.
Ladrian leaps at you, Rome. He's trying to put another root on you and double that
I will
daily
defend
damage.
myself.
Give me a strength check.
That's a natural 20.
A what?
Well, the first one was a natural 20.
And the second?
I rolled a 10, so that's a 34.
Wow. Okay. You're just like blocking him with the shield. So he's just trying to get at you. You just can't pass your guard. You're kind of blocking him at each point.
I'm gonna reach out a hand and try to grab him.
Okay. Give me a dex check.
If you are to use such despicable tactics, then I will face you myself.
11.
Ladrian.
You fail.
Okay.
Ladrian. Go defeat the rest of them. I shall handle this.
No. And I will speak, and I will attempt to speak in the old tongue.
Give me an elder check.
Can I use the sword?
No.
That's
I
what I'm-
speak through the sword.
Rome's done a million turns. What do you,
8.
Brink and no, you fail. Brink and Jordan, what are you doing?
Well, he'll get in a defensive stand alongside Athena, and then try to against Lothar still. I've met your mother. I've met Tristan. There's still people for you to protect. This is not the way.
I have spoken.
I have
seen what I have become. The only path for me now is to defeat my great nemesis. And you, unfortunately, or fortunately, are stepping stones on this path.
You're gonna become the very evil you wish to slay.
Then so be it. If I am to become the evil, then let me choose the slain, and I choose you, Captain Ramos of Sudar. Yes,
Then will it consume you, and will you take on the wires?
much. Perhaps.
Will you take on your mother? Will you take on Tristan? Consumed by
Perhaps
your
I should
anger?
go find your wife, Master Ramos. Perhaps I should incorporate her into this new monster. A child as well, maybe another addition.
How good is the Sudari spy network, by the way? I have a question to ask.
I mean, you know the answer to that. It's
Would they
pretty
know
good.
about Cal?
They know. In what way would they know about Kel? They know Kel exists.
I know, the relationship with, Lothair.
Yes, I cannot think of any reason you would know that.
That's fair.
We have spent the last 2 years, and Lothier and Kel were both individuals that we were trying to find. We likely would have some information on them.
That's
I
fair.
did tell Remus about Kel and everyone in the entire battle. I did brief them on like what happened.
That's true. That's true. Yes, you know that they were. You know that they were a couple.
So is that where Cal is? A part of you now?
How dare you say her name? She is safe now. Nothing can
You
get
do
to
not
her.
speak about my wife. And
I'll
don't
speak
expect me
about
to
whatever I
defend anything.
want. Kill him!
Adrian.
Rush it.
There we go. Ladrian rushes at you. He is going to attack you with everything he has. Make a dex check.
Do I get half because I'm in a defensive stance next to Athena, who's also in a defensive stance?
She's on 1 token.
That
Nope,
is fair.
she's on 2. She'll help defend you, but I mean, like, this thing is gonna attack you with everything it has.
Okay.
Can I interrupt and Blinkstone Remus out of there?
Yeah, give me a dex check.
I am invisible if that does anything.
Yeah, I mean, it won't see you. It has other senses, but also, the main thing is, can you get there fast enough before it hits him? That's your dex check.
Okay. Oh, that will be a no. I got a 3.
Use
Now, do I get to
stumble,
do
and
an-
don't get there in time.
Do I get to do an action before it hits me?
No.
Before it gets on top of me?
It's attacking you now. We'll see if it gets on top of you. Athena's about to die. She like steps in front of it to try to block it. Yeah, I think that's it. Athena blocks like a good several blows. I think this thing's about to kill her.
I mean, I was going to throw an
Can I
Araxian
try
at
to
it before
step
it
in
hit
and
us, but
block the strike
you
that
kind of
kills him?
didn't give me
You
the
guys
option.
can interrupt.
I mean, I was going to throw out Araxian before it even got close to us.
You can. Well, this is happening now, but you can interrupt the strike. But he's coming down.
But if I interrupt with an Araxian, then she's definitely going to die.
Is
Yeah.
anyone interrupting? Normally I
Ron will interrupt.
Okay, give me a dex check.
Oh, this is not going to go well.
You have
That's
that
negative
advantage,
1.
right?
Oh,
Oh, yes, I'm going to use my inspiration.
yes, inspiration used.
That's a 4.
Okay. It still beats you. You have failed an interrupt. You jump in front of it, and it just pins your arms to the sides with all of its, and just lays all of these, like, now you can see what it is. There are all these, like, larvae all over your chest. At least 4 of them before it leeches out. Take 10 tokens of damage as
Oh,
they start
damn.
leeching into your chest.
Can I throw an Araxian while it's on top of Rom?
Yes, give me. This might damage Rom if you don't get it perfect.
I think the larva might damage him continuously.
Yeah. It might damage them too, so that's good. Give me a dex check.
That's a 21.
Nice. It just hits Ladrian in the head and blows his head off. It starts to regrow as the insects start to reconstruct. But it stumbles off the back of Rom. Your tree is losing the fight, and the larvae are starting to pick off pieces of your trestus tree as well.
Jordan,
I'm just
you know
gonna take
that
a
blink
hit.
stone, right?
Come
I'm gonna
find
wait
me.
for my turn.
Please,
Never mind.
come find me.
Jordan, you have that blink stone, right?
Yeah.
Blink me right on top of its head. I say I have one Araxium left.
All right. I blink
Oh God.
him. Well, I have to go with you.
Can you blink us there and back?
Yeah.
Okay, I have
It-
this.
I prepare my Erexium potion as well.
Give me a dex check, please.
It is a 16 for me.
Oh wait, do we both do it?
Yes.
That is a 15.
What health are you guys on?
I'm at 2.
I am at...
You're at 2 tokens?
Yeah.
Do you just want to give the blink stone to me?
No,
And
you've
I
already
can
done
take
the
it?
action.
Okay,
You
that's
guys
it.
have to
Yeah.
tell me what health you're at.
I'm at 5.
Okay. As you go over, you blink over, and the dex check was to see if it grabbed you or not. Its arms latch around you as it reaches for the Araxium. It's gonna detonate it while you're in its hands, and it does. And I mean, give me a dex check to get out of there, both of you.
Can I try to cut off the arms?
Yeah, sure. Both of you give me a dex check.
Can we just blink stone out of there?
The dex check is, it's not the blink stone out of your hands.
Oh, I see.
And it's going to detonate the Araxium on top of you. You guys need dex checks
I
now
got
at
a
disadvantage.
22 to cut off. Oh, disadvantage.
Yeah, this is like a in the moment.
I got a 21.
Nice.
I have 15 on that dex check.
You got what?
15.
Oh. Okay, you cut off the arms and get out of the way. The explosion, it detonates the explosion. You're both wearing armor though, right?
Yes.
Scam mail
Okay,
and then,
each
yeah.
of you take your armor. Brink, your armor's ruined. Your armor's fine. It'll need some repair, Jordan, but it's damaged. Your scam mail is ruined. Both of you take a token. You're blown backwards and you're concussed. Its arms are being reformed as Ladrian is coming back.
Find her. I
Where
say
do you want us to
both
go?
of them.
The whole team is pretty damaged right now. Everyone's wounded. Ralm, you take 5 tokens from the larvae.
I just take a hand, and if I can crush any of the back ends of any of the larvae just down my chest.
You can crush a bunch of them. The problem is they're growing like roots in you. So you crush a bunch of the main things, but it doesn't really matter. You have a fleeting academic thought as you're having this combat that this was probably designed to kill people in the Army of Stone, and would be pretty damn effective.
that was my guess.
Yeah.
I look down at the larva, and I attempt to say burn in the old tongue.
DM note, I wouldn't recommend doing a bunch of old speech stuff. It's really difficult, and if you mess it, I'll let you try, but for example, if you mess up a thing like burn, it would be pretty easy to light everyone in this room on fire.
That's a fair point. You know what?
Which would kill-
We'll keep that until he's
Yeah.
closer to them.
It would kill at least 2 people instantly, and probably the third right after that. So just, I would be cautious
we'll
with
save
old
that
speech.
for a little bit.
Yeah, just a little helping hand.
You all are more damaged than me. I will attempt to hold off Ladrian. I'm going to whack Ladrian.
Find me, please. Find me.
Find her.
Is there any way out of this room?
There isn't. You can't really see. Your light is pretty low here. This isn't looking good for you guys. You can't really see. You can move around the room. Do you want to explore?
I'll move around the
Ladrian's-
room.
I mean, I'll explore.
Give me
Yeah.
insight
I'm up
checks.
for it.
Can I also put a Sudori bandage on while I explore?
No. You need time to apply those.
Should I whack
23.
Ladrian?
15.
23.
Should I
Ladrian's
roll
still.
for him?
Oh, what do you want to do, Jack? Sorry.
Oh, I said find her, and then I hit Ladrian.
Okay. He's reforming, so you just split his head open again as it starts to reform.
I just keep him split
Okay.
the entire time.
you Oh my god, I just had such a crazy idea. That's for later. Okay, so you are looking around. You guys are kind of scrabbling through these gore-strewn work tables and stuff. Brink, you find a big locked door. At the end, it's actually made of a really reinforced glass, and as your glowstone has held up to it, you see this glass door goes to a long corridor. This corridor is full of flowers, of like these beautiful roses that are just like laid against the walls. And at the end, in this glass coffin, arms crossed, beautiful but pale and all in black, Kel is lying there, Lothir's love, in some sort of trance, kept very safe by this incredibly secure door. You
Doctor,
would not know.
I am out of Araxium, but you still have the potion.
I have one potion left.
I have no better ideas.
Alright, I loaded in my gun and I...
Do not go in there.
I fire.
When I run out of the way.
Yeah, I run out of the way. Fire.
It's not a difficult shot. I mean, you're just right in front of a door. Unfortunately, the Araxium doesn't seem... Actually, let me roll. Okay. The lock is blown off the door. You are inside the corridor of roses.
I check for traps.
Give me an
Actually,
insight check.
Can I just blink stone us
There
there?
are no traps.
How many? You have 3 blinkstone uses per session, if I recall.
Yeah, I've used 2 so far.
Okay. Yeah, you can blinkstone there. Bam. What did
That's
you get?
good because I got an 8. I got an 8, so there are
no traps. Don't worry about it. You get there. You get there and there's Kel, cold as ice.
I open the coffin? Or no, I check for traps.
Good man. Give me an insight check.
You see what
Was
you've done,
a-
Nathan?
18? Oh, sorry, 16.
There are no traps, but you hear someone coming, and it's not Ladrian who Jack is holding up very well.
Oh god. Okay, we gotta wake her up.
Yeah,
A dark-robed figure fills the hallway behind you.
I
We found you, Kel.
Thank you. Just open the coffin. Free me, please.
Use my sword as a crowbar, and I open the coffin.
You break the lock. And there she just like falls into your arms. The strange addition to her voice. Thank you. She starts like this strange like pale white gooze like dripping out of her mouth, some sort of sedation like or cryogenic fluid as she just like starts vomiting it up, coming back to her senses, striding down the hallway.
How dare you touch her? I will twist you and I will break you. It's been so long since I did alchemy.
And you see the wizened hand of Lothir like kind of move out of his shadow as he attempts to touch you. For those
I
of
got
us who have
cut in
forgotten,
my arms.
Lothir has runes for flesh, bone, and blood at least, and he attempts to touch you.
I have Kel in my arms, and I'll put her in the way.
Oh! You got some balls!
It didn't need to end like this, my love. Using you as a shield.
Can I?
She vomits like white liquid all over him, like just
I will,
all
I'm
over
going to
his
try to
white, his
run
black
down
robes.
the corridor.
Can I sneak around and stab him with my dream dagger?
Yeah, give me a dex check.
I am invisible, if that's relevant.
You're transparent. Yes.
Transparent.
Give me a dex check. That's a good point.
7.
Shit. I also got a 7. Reroll. Oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
15?
24. Your arm, he catches your wrist.
I need you up now. You have to help him. Now's the time.
You start to feel your bones being moved as he casts alchemy, and your own skeleton starts to grow and impale you on the inside. Blood begins. What health are you at?
Oh, I'm at 1.
Okay.
Yep.
Lothier with his alchemy crushes Dr. Lushane. Blood
Bye,
spills
doctor.
from her wounds. She crumples to the ground. Jordan, I will give you last words when you when we finish combat. Assuming that we finish combat.
Rome is going to run down the corridor.
1 down. 3 to go.
There is a piercing. There is the sound of metal on skin as the blade of Athena pierces through the chest of Lothier, carving upwards. Actually, sorry, not carving. She threw it across the room, and Lothier screamed just as he scrabbles for the blade, his hood falling back, revealing the mangled flesh of what is left of his experimentation.
When that happens, can I attempt to get a strike with the flat of the blade on his head?
You're far
Just try to
away. You're on the
knock him
other side of the
unconscious.
workshop fighting Ladrian.
Can I
Yeah.
fucking behead him?
Yes. You draw your blade and
Oh,
cleave
God.
his head from his body. It tumbles down.
Now we
I
have to
immediately
fight an
sit
angry
back up.
cow.
The head mouths as the body begins to disintegrate, the flesh just melting away, and you see Ladrian like stop twitching and stop moving, and the head mouths.
I will not fail them. I will not fail them. I won't fail them. I won't fail them.
Athena moves over, and with a sickening
Wait.
crunch, she stops.
Before she... God. Damn it, I kind of want to do something cool. Do you have any,
Do it,
like,
don't ask.
acid in your chemistry set?
Oh,
Yeah, she
100%.
Can I know what that is? Can I try to find
you
it?
have it, 100%.
I go over to his head, and as I pour it down, and he says, like, I do not fear you, I'm like, you already have.
He is trying to say something, one last thing. And then the acid sort of eats at him, and he doesn't scream, he just smiles as his head melts into nothing. Ladrian stops moving, stops moving, and his
I will stop and then kneel down.
Ladrian. He always wanted a son.
And I'm just going to...
Oh, sorry, please.
No, I look down, sadly. I've kneeled down. I've put my sword down. I've brushed some of the larvae off the tree.
The stitches holding all these arms and legs to Ladrian undo and fall to the ground. All like these insects pour out of the holes and just start like moving all of these different directions. And there's this like withered, tiny little body that just like curls up and huddles close to Rome and begins to weep. The room around you, without the influence of Lothier, begins to change. The walls start crumbling and cracking. And as the blocks of stone, like, literally rot away before your eyes, a ray of sunlight hits the room, revealing all of these corpses which seem to kind of just dissolve and flow away.
While Adrian is curled in Rome's arms, Rome starts to sing a song that he sung to the Emperor's daughters when they were having trouble sleeping.
Lothar just holds tighter to you. Athena goes over to the body of Luciane and just cries out in anger, striking her sword against the wall. All of you are battered, bloodied, and bruised. Athena has lost an eye. The larvae that are in you, Roma, are melted away, but Athena kind of clutches the body of Luciane close.
Last words?
Fucking damn it.
Luciane gets last words.
Yes.
Is this my time for last words?
It is your time for last words.
Is Remus near me?
All of them are there.
I rush over. And he's like trying the best he can, but he kind of knows.
I'm like basically almost clawing at your face. I'm like, Remus.
It's fine. We can get you out of here.
No. Charlie knows the plan. Get my notes. Find her. Do whatever it takes. Charlie knows the plan. That's Charlie. Get my notes. Read all of them. Find her.
I will. I swear to you, I will.
Athena sobs, just, fuck. I'm so sorry, Doctor. I'm sorry I couldn't save you.
Athena?
I'm here.
You'll like her. You'll like her. She'll give you a run for your money.
She better fucking do so. You go tear it up in the afterlife. I'll miss you, Doctor.
I love you. Amaya, I love you. And
you pass from this world. The evening sunset shines on this part of the broken ruins. The roof and the sides have all just like melted away. You're in here. No remains of the corpses or the study. It's the body of Ladrian shivering, wounded Rome, wounded Athena, holding the body of Dr. Luciane. The wan and drained body of Kel is unconscious, just like out on the floor. There you hear something in the distance. Well. There's so few left of the people who tried to kill me. It's really touching. I really worked hard on this, you know. Oh, I will. But luckily, the weather's cleared up, so I'll just wait for you to see that Zeppelin on the way. It's right there in the distance. And he points over, and you see the cloud. You see just a glimmer where the Cloudbreaker's camouflage is like just barely distorting the air as it's moving towards you. They can't see me right now, but your little ship is gonna land, and well, none of you are returning.
Demon, listen up and you listen well. I don't know what's in that box, but I will unleash it. I would do it right here and right now if I have to.
He looks afraid and like flinches a little bit when you say that, but his confident smile slowly returns. I have no doubt you'd use that to kill me, but you don't know how to use it, and it's not instant use, believe me. No, what you've got in that box there is one of the biggest threats to my reign, and I don't think I'm gonna let you anywhere near it. did I recall correctly that Dr. Lushane had the box in her inventory?
Yeah, and Remus has my medical bag right now.
Oh yeah, you've got it. Okay.
Ron will gently put Ladrian down and stand and walk between Merlin and Remus.
I wouldn't try anything if I were you. And you see around you all of these, what you thought was rubble, stand, straighten their shoulders as about 50 of the army of stone stand and draw blades. You're outgunned and outnumbered. If you give me the box, I'll let you all go.
Why should we believe you?
Because you don't have any other option. Give me your little box and you run along. I'll take care of the box and the Zeppelin and...
Remus, Merlin, do you like games?
It's all he ever plays.
What thrills you about them?
Winning.
Then why do you make it so easy?
Oh, I'm not making it easy. It's all you making it easy. Now, one of your friends is lying dead on the floor, and I can't say I'm feeling too sorry about it. She was a piece of work. And a lot more of your blood's gonna be spilled on this ground if you don't give me that box and scoot on out of here. You can live normal lives. Go to the wilds. Even take your wife. I'm not gonna hurt her. She's not part of the game. Go on. Get out of here. You've earned my respect.
Give us the option.
Well, I'll take that as a no.
I'm just curious as to why you give us the option, why you let people go.
Well, maybe it's out of a twisted sense of playing with people's lives. Maybe it's just fun to watch you always say no. Or maybe...
He finds it more satisfying than our death.
Or maybe I'm stalling. While the Cloudbreaker gets closer and closer. They can't see me, or my soldiers. And looky here. You see a ladder, just come down from the cloaked sky. I think I'll head on up, shall I? And he starts walking up the ladder.
And I'm going to tell Merlin and I'm going to attempt this.
This is
You said I
basically...
know
So, an elder check, right? So, elder checks, unless you have a higher stat, are going to be pretty difficult. They're basically, you're auto-pushing, which means if you fail, there will be a huge consequence. Just FYI.
I'm aware.
Okay.
You said I know Merlin's name in the old tongue.
Yes. You've heard it spoken. It's pretty long and terrible, but you know a piece of it. It's not... Names don't work like they do in some naming stories, where once you know someone's name, you can control them.
Yeah.
But it would definitely spook the fuck out of them.
I'm going to attempt to use it.
Okay.
At
Does
least
your
the piece that I
linguistic skill
know.
help?
Give me an elder check.
Does his linguistic
Yes, that's a good point. Does my decryption and my linguistics help?
No, this is different.
That's what I thought. Come on, nat 20. Oh, it's killing me. Oh, nope.
What did you get?
-2.
Your words catch in your throat as Merlin says something offhand, and your entire left arm crumbles, just to dust. Take 10 tokens of damage.
What?
Oh, that was stupid. I didn't know you got that far. He puts his hand on the rope ladder, but takes it off. Looks like someone's coming down. Wow, this should be fun, shouldn't it? I'll throw a little surprise. Shh, don't say anything. I'd hate to scare him to death. And as he looks back up, his face goes pale. Climbing down the ladder, setting steel-clad feet on the ground, Cassandra. Full steel suit of armor, white flames dancing on the back of her hands, faces down Merlin. Her hair, her long black hair, is made of very fine wire that lays down on her shoulder. It's the same wire Annalisa's armor is made out of, meaning that it lights on fire. And it does so now, white flames trickling down her black locks.
She just turned Super Saiyan.
Round 2, bitch. And white fire explodes from her hand. Get on the Zeppelin now. Cassandra,
Athena,
just
grab her body.
Up.
Go,
all
go,
of you.
go.
And I'm going to pick
And I grab-
Adrian up.
And I grab Cal, and I assume Athena grabs the doctor.
You guys all start moving up the ladder. Merlin draws like a blade of dark energy, but Cassandra just destroys it with pyromancy, blasting Merlin backward with his incredible assault. She starts destroying the army of stone, just reaching out with her pyromancy and melting these statues down. Go now! You guys get to the top, and she jets up after using pyromantic flame jets onto the deck of the Cloudbreaker, which turns on its engines and starts to go away. Lances of dark energy from Merlin reach up into the sky, piercing the clouds. One of them goes through the balloon, but Cassandra seals it temporarily with a bit of hardened pyromantic flame.
You can run, but you can't hide.
And the vision of Merlin and the 20 or so shattered soldiers of stone fades as Cloudbreaker heads home. That is where we were going to end our session.
Aww.
At least for now. I need to take a break from that.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Let's do post session before we lose track, and I have some notes for people. First of all, word of the session, and we'll go me and then down the voice chat. Okay, I honestly, dark and intense. Brink, word of the session.
Shattered.
Jack,
Wounds.
Jordan. Jordan.
Actually, I am going to. This is kind of hopeful is my word.
Because of the box?
Because of the box, because Cassandra got her body back, and for at least Dr. Luciane, I don't think it mattered if she died as long as passed on the information, which he did with Charlie.
Okay. Moment of the session. Wow, that whole house. I haven't done a horror session in a bit.
Yeah,
I think
good job.
the whole Southern Academy is just nasty. Ugh. As well as the moment of Cassandra walking down the ladder. Such a good fucking moment. I have a song for her that, because the song system is so clunky, I didn't get to play, but I will play it after we're done talking. It's just really good. Brink, moment of the session.
Realizing that that's Lothar and Ladrian.
Oh, so good.
I've got to Cassandra coming down the ladder and Ron telling Ladrian stop.
I did not expect that. That was very good. Jordan, moment.
I would say Cassandra coming down the ladder, and then I would have to agree with Jack with you speaking Elder, whatever that is.
Yeah, I've been able to read Elder for a while, but I could just never speak it, which was just always a problem.
So, updates. Jack, your strength has been decreased by 2. You've
Okay.
been losing of your arm.
Yep,
And it should be noted that although you can still hold Star Test,
I
it's
can't use it properly.
you can't use it really as well.
Okay. I'm just putting a temporary modifier for my strength, because I'm assuming I'm going to get healed at some point.
Both Jack and Brink, I would like you to add some sort of aspect about having seen horrible things in the Southern Academy.